and be a air pirate.
At that time, you had a stronghold full of treasure that would have been the envy of all nations. You had gold, power. You can have those things again, Barney, my boy. If you use your head and come along with Ardela and me.
Don't you know that I've outgrown all that sort of stuff?
That's your misfortune, Barney. As an air pirate, you were quite a success, weren't you?
Yeah, sure I was.
But what happened? You got silly and sentimental listening to Wilman Deering stuff your empty head full of ideas about reforming and going straight.
Hey, don't you say nothing against Lieutenant Wilman.
Get back.
All right.
Now, what has it got you? Nothing.
Mr. Barney's the Prime Minister of Mars, don't forget.
Yeah, that's right.
Prime Minister of Mars?
Yeah.
What does that make me? King of Pluto?
It's a big job, Mr. Kane. Why, if Mr. Barney wasn't their Prime Minister, I don't know what the Martian people would do.
Yeah.
You just ask King Arnaldo what he thinks of Mr. Barney.
Yeah.
That doddering old fool? Why, just to show you how helpless he is, I may go up there to Mars one of these days and establish a headquarters.
Not if I got anything to say about it. No, sir.
No, sir.
You won't have anything to say about it, Barney. Unless some sudden and unexpected flash of intelligence leads you to team up with me.
I don't know what you're up to, Kane, and I don't care no matter what it is.
No, Barney?
But no matter what it is, me and Willie ain't gonna have nothing to do with it.
Unfortunately, you're going to change your mind about that, Barney. And very shortly.
You're crazy. There's nothing to make me change my mind about that. Not even nothing.
No, sir.
Well, we'll see. This rocket ship is headed back in the general direction of Earth, isn't it?
Sure. Can't you tell by looking on the viewplate of the teleradioscope or by looking out of one of the forward windows?
No sarcasm, Barney. Move out of that control seat.
No, sir. I'm taking this ship back to the Central Spaceport.
Do I have to keep waving this rocket pistol at you to show you that I mean business?
Okay. Go ahead and sit in the control seat.
On second thought, though, I believe I'll let you do the work of navigation.
Huh?
Now, I want you to land us near the ruins of the ancient city of Philadelphia.
Philadelphia?
There we'll meet Ardela. You see, Barney, before she left Niagara, she made a stop at the laboratory of your dear friend, Dr. Hure, and picked up a rather interesting scientific instrument.
What are you talking about?
I have a sneaking suspicion it will help you come around to my point of view. As a matter of fact, Barney, I'm sure of it.
Well, sir, I certainly hate to hear Kane say that. Because it can mean only one thing. Killer Kane plans to put Black Barney under the psychic restriction ray that Ardela stole from Dr. Hure's laboratory. And that ray will completely subjugate Barney to Kane's will. Well, now, Pete, how about some refreshment? What do you say to a great big ice-cold creamsicle on a stick?
Oh, boy. Ice cream in the middle and thick chocolate fudge outside?
That's right. Creamy chocolate fudge or tempting fresh fruit flavors. Take your choice. Creamsicles are all 5 cents. All delicious, nourishing, wholesome. Made fresh every day under the strictest pure food laws and protected by U.S. registered trademarks.
And listen, pals, don't forget to save your creamsicle bags for these wonderful gifts, like a camera, table tennis, a wristwatch, wallet, baseball, sleeping dolls. Get your free illustrated gift list in your ice cream store.
Who would ever dream of a world in which a woman wanted to grow older? But I did want to grow older, so that he and I could grow old together. Can you understand that? What a precious thing it is to grow old. Can you understand?
Theater 5 presents The Wish Fulfillment Machine.
Turn right. Here. Halt. Wait here.
Yes?
Patient for you, doctor.
Bring him in. Bring him in.
Inside. Halt. Patient number 1659738. An extreme manic depressive paranoia with pronounced suicidal tendencies.
All right. You don't have to shout.
Well, I'm just doing my job, sir.
Very well, very well.
The regulations state very clearly to announce in a loud voice...
Yes, I know.
I was only doing my job. We all have our jobs to do, and I was doing mine.
Yes, very good.
Will that be all, sir?
Yes, thank you.
I'll be back to pick up the patient in 1 hour.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I was only doing my job.
Yes, I know. Well, how are we this afternoon? Fine. Oh, fine. Such a lovely afternoon. Is it? It's hard to tell down here without the sun. But you don't need the sun. Down here, the lighting and atmosphere, they're all synchronized with what's happening up there. It's the same here as if we were in a building on the surface of the earth.
I'd rather see the sun.
Why?
Because you can't know what kind of day it is until you can see the sun, unless you can feel the sun shine directly on you, unless you can feel it hot under your skin.
But this is so much better.
Is it?
Of course. We're so much more protected down here.
Protected from what?
From the elements, from attack, from everything. And you're more protected than anybody.
I don't want to be protected.
It's for your own good.
I would like to decide my own good.
Well, at this time, you're incapable of deciding your own good.
Oh?
Come now, what seems to be your problem?
There's no problem. I just want to die.
My, but that is a problem.
At this time, in this place, in this society, it is.
No. That's not what I mean. At a time when you have everything to live for in a world where every wish is gratified, every desire fulfilled.
Maybe that's my problem. Having everything, I'm like the man who sat too long at the high table. I'm so stuffed with food that the thought of another bite makes me sick. Having nothing more to live for, maybe I'd like something to die for.
You mean you'd like the experience of dying?
Not the wish fulfillment machine. Not just to go through all the sights and sounds and emotions of dying, and when it's over to wake up and go on living. No. That death has no meaning. I want something in my life to have meaning. When I die, I want to stay dead so that death again has meaning.
Oh, meaning. Your thinking is still twisted on this.
Is it?
Yes. You refuse to face life as it is. This is a beautiful society we have here on Dor. It's taken us 30,000 years. But we finally achieved what man has always dreamed of. Utopia.
Utopia?
Yes, utopia. We've freed man from all the diseases he's been heir to, all his destructive emotions. We've liberated the essence of man, his true, creative, inner self. and put it to work on the real problems that face us.
What problems?
Oh, building a better world, maintaining the one we have. Oh, now just think of it, Andor. The computers in these walls provide our every need. When we're hungry, they feed us. If we're cold, they turn up the temperature. Yes, that's true. And if we fall sick anywhere in the complex, they put out arms that pick us up and nurse us back to health. Now then, if you want to, well, have a love affair or lead a nation into war, the wish fulfillment machine pops out, caps your head, and presto.
Oh, Doctor.
Yes, in seconds, you've felt all the emotions of a Napoleon or a Casanova, and without any of the time-consuming energy waste and the disastrous side effects.
And when you come to, you're still sitting in the contour chair of your cube, concentrating on the work assigned to you.
But you don't have to stay in your cube. You can walk anywhere in the complex if you wish.
For what?
To meet people, find a girl, fall in love, even marry.
Doctor, I've been married 18 times. How many times have you been married?
Now, just what does that matter?
It matters that I can't even remember the first names of most of the women I've been married to, let alone their faces.
Marriage in this century doesn't mean the same as it did even as late as, let's say the 1900s. People here fall in love, they live together. When they are no longer in love, they separate. It's just as simple as that.
And as meaningless. Doctor, how many children have you had?
I'm interviewing you, young man, not you me.
Well, I must have had 350.
Well, let's see now, 356 according to these records here.
And I don't know what one of them is like.
We can call any one of them in right now to talk to if you wish. It's just that simple.
No, you don't understand. I've seen them, talked to them, but I don't know what they're like. I haven't lived with them, eaten at the same table, gotten angry with them.
No, my dear. Oh, dear, your thinking does remain quite primitive. Families were a necessity from the dawn of man until about the end of the 20th century due to economic and psychological pressures, but hardly a way to raise children. No. Some people aren't emotionally fit to raise goldfish. So, if you take the children away from all parents and put them into a nursery under people who are especially selected for their emotional balance and maturity, what have you got? You have children who are emotionally balanced and well-adjusted young people.
Who aren't connected to anybody.
They're connected to society.
Society is an empty, cold, impersonal thing.
Society is the most important thing we have. It plans our life for us. It guides us.
Look, Doctor, I'm 325 years old. How old are you?
Age is meaningless in this society. Nobody gets old and nobody dies.
I'd say you were about 565 years old.
So?
What are you living for?
My work. What else? It is just beginning to become interesting. The more complex our society becomes, the more challenging are the cases, such as your own.
My case is simple. I just want to die.
Well, I'm afraid that cannot be permitted. You're too valuable to us. You have one of the most creative engineering minds available to us.
A machine would be better.
Faster, not better. A computer is no smarter than the man that programs, and certainly not more creative. That's why we always need men, don't you see? Machines are not creative.
Since I have such a creative mind, don't you think I could destroy myself if I really wanted to?
Oh, not with me present.
But suppose I killed you.
Not here. This room would come to my rescue, you see. You know that. I believe you helped design it. This is a specially controlled environment designed to handle extreme mental disorders. If either of us stopped living, even for a moment, the computers in the walls would sense it and send out sensors to repair us.
Suppose I jammed the machinery.
Even if you could, help would arrive.
Suppose I jammed it until we were past all help, all repair.
We have little time here to waste on speculation. Your hour is almost up.
Oh, no, Doctor. No, not the wish fulfillment machine.
Now, please trust me, Andor. I am here to help
please,
you.
Doctor, no.
Andor, it will do you no good to fight this machine.
No, not the wish fulfillment machine. I won't have it, Doctor.
It is not a wish fulfillment machine, Andor. In a way, it's like the old shock therapy machine, though not as painful. It puts you through an emotional experience to reveal your thought patterns and force you into new life.
No, God.
Prepare yourself, Andor. Prepare yourself. I'm putting you under the first of several emotional shocks.
Where am I?
Get your head down, Sarge. You want to get killed.
What?
Those are real bullets they're shooting at us over there.
Where am I?
Come on, Sarge, wake up. They're coming.
Who's coming?
The Krauts. Who else have we been fighting for the last 6 months? Will you quit playing games?
I'm not playing games.
Well, are you going to lead the attack or not? The lieutenant says you were to lead the counterattack.
No.
No.
I don't want to die.
Nobody wants to die, but we haven't got any choice.
Look, I won't leave.
Sarge, you stay here and they'll kill us all right here in the trenches.
I can't.
Come on, Sarge, they're coming.
No.
Sarge, you've got to save us.
I can't.
Pick up that machine gun. Let's go,
No,
Sarge.
no, I can't. I
Sarge,
can't.
they're here. You got to save us. Save us.
Right. We'll fight. After all, it's only another way of dying. Come on, you guys. What do you want to do? Live forever? Come on, kill them. Kill them before they kill you. Kill them
Very good. By wishing to kill, you have unconsciously expressed a desire to live. Now, if we can find the proper motivation, plus a little acting out, I'm going to put you under again, Andor. Deeper this time. Deeper.
Oh, there you are, darling. Where have you been?
Right here.
Oh, don't talk, my darling. Just hold me. I've been looking for you for so long.
Who are you?
Don't you know?
It's so difficult. So difficult to see your face. You're so beautiful. It's hard to believe.
No, my love. You are the one who is beautiful. Inside, the things you think and feel.
You're so soft to the touch.
Don't talk. Just hold me. I've been searching for you such a long time.
And I for you.
I'm here, my darling. I'm here.
I can't believe it. You're everything I've ever wanted.
Oh, darling. It will be different with us. We will grow old together. Give life meaning.
Yes, yes. And you will never leave me.
Oh, never.
Wait a minute. No. No, it's a trick.
You're just like all the rest. It'll last for a day or two, and then it'll all be over.
Oh, no, my darling, no.
Doctor, I know what you're doing.
Andor, no. Andor.
This is all a figment of my imagination. Another trick from the wish fulfillment machine. No, Andor, please, trust me. I can tear this machine from my head if I want to. All I have to do is exercise my will. Andor, don't tamper with that machine. My will is as strong as yours, Doctor. The machine's or anyone. No, Andor, no. Take this. I'm my own man again.
Well, now that you're what you call your own man, just what do you intend to do?
Control my own destiny again. To return meaning to my life by returning to my fate.
I don't understand that.
I'm going to return the gift of death to life again, so that it will have meaning again.
How?
I'm going to kill us both.
Kill it? You know that's quite impossible in here.
You forget, Doctor. I'm one of the engineers who designed this room. I know just what it can do and what it cannot. You see this?
Yes? What is it?
It's an antique weapon called the .45 automatic. It was manufactured back in the 1900s. I found it in one of the old museums up on the surface and restored it to working order.
You're not supposed to be up there.
I know. I've done a lot of things I'm not supposed to do, like walk in the sun. This crude weapon fires a .45 caliber lead projectile
propelled from the gases expanding from an exploding mixture of simple ingredients. Gunpowder, it was called. I mixed a batch myself.
But I don't...
It's a crude weapon, Doctor, but with the proper kind of pellet. It has enough power to tear a hole through a man as big as your fist.
Oh, such a wound in either of us could easily be repaired by the machinery in this very room.
Oh, I'm not going to shoot us, Doctor. I'm going to shoot the room.
I don't understand.
Keep away from that alarm button. I know of a spot beneath the smooth skin of this room where a lead pellet from a weapon such as this can penetrate and paralyze this room. The computers will stop functioning, the oxygen will stop coming in, and the still doors will be frozen shut.
They can cut through those doors. We'll have help in a matter of minutes.
Above the ceiling of this room, there's a high-pressure line of sulfuric acid. My second shot will be aimed at it. Within seconds, the room will be filled with a fine spray of sulfuric acid. Within seconds, you and I should be mostly liquid. And you know as well as I, neither man nor machine can repair a liquid.
Well, what are you waiting for? If you know so much, why don't you shoot?
I will.
You see? The alarm went off. The heat from the explosion triggered the computers before they were destroyed by that pellet. Already, they've started the rescue operation.
You really think they'll reach you in time?
Of course. They were... The lights are dimming.
Why does that surprise you, Doctor? I told you I destroyed this room. Don't you believe me?
No, of course not.
Why are you trembling?
Right.
Sweat is beginning to break out on your face. Are you afraid, Doctor? What are you afraid of? Death? Life has meaning again because death is real. Birth, life, death, marriage. All those things have meaning again because we can measure their presence against their loss. We again know the very real human fear of the loss of these things.
I'm not afraid.
Then why do you tremble? Why does your voice break? You shouldn't mind at all if I place the second shot.
No, please, don't.
Oh, Doctor, nobody's going to rob me of my meaning again.
Number 18539 here to pick up patient number 1659738.
All right. You don't have to shout.
He's asleep?
Yes. He's still under the influence of the machine. You'll have to wheel him back.
Those new machines are rough on them.
Oh, he's all right. Once he wakes up, he won't remember a thing.
You, straighten him out all right, Doc?
Oh, I straighten them all out. It's my job. That's what I'm here for. There's just one thing, though.
What's that, Doc?
Brilliant mind this man has, despite his other problems. But I wonder why he's always searching for meaning.
George Petrie, Bryna Rayburn, Bill Mason, and Jeff Davis. Audio engineer Marty Folia. Sound technician Ed Blaney. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser.
Spaceport 6, clear for blastoff. Stand by for final warning. Spaceport 6, clear for blastoff. Stand by for final warning.
From the harsh, bright soil of Luna to Saturn's rainbow rings. In the hearts of lonely spacemen is a longing voice that sings. Let the cup I hold be empty. Let there be no joy, no mirth, till it be the day that I'm on my way to the cool green hills of earth. To the cool green hills of earth.
Final warning! Final warning! Final warning!
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today we challenge that imagination with The Green Hills of Earth. Original story, Robert Heinlein. Radio adaptation, Draper Lewis. Music, Clark Harrington. Star, Everett Sloan.
This is the story of Reisling. Reisling. No first name, no middle initial. By vocation, he was one of the best jetmen who ever worked as crew aboard the early cargo rockets that supplied the planets deep in outer space. His avocation? Well, anyone born in the 21st century, I'm sure, has quoted his poems, sung his songs. Even with luck, heard him singing them himself in some wind-torn, forsaken tavern on the borders of a spaceport, somewhere out there, beyond the stars.
What's the matter, Reisling? Forget your own miserable words? Go on with the song.
No. I seem to have a strange parched feeling in my throat, induced by a sudden lack of liquid refreshment.
Hey, let's have another round over here and give Reisling a double.
Reisling was no beauty, believe me, with his grease-smeared, tattered space coveralls. His hair looked as though he'd been caught in the backwash of a jet, and he had a permanent case of sun itch that he scratched continually. But that was long before he became the almost legendary figure that you know him as today. One or two of his poems had appeared in the papers, and his first set of space ballads had been published with no particular fanfare. Certainly nothing like the reviews his later efforts would produce when he was hailed as the literary giant of the spaceways. You've heard a lot of stories about Reisling, the kind of stories that are always written about anyone who becomes a legend, a giant. But this is the story of how he lived and died. This is the way it happened.
Tell me not of that Martian maiden. Let her eyes not burn in my heart. For I only know...
Well?
Well, what?
How's it end?
I don't know. I've never been able to finish it. How about that drink you promised me?
Just take it easy. The poor girl's only got 2 hands. Give her a chance.
I'd be delighted to give her a chance.
That's strictly hands off, Reisling. It's marked private property, Captain T.D. Davidson.
Davidson? Don't make me laugh. He may be a captain when he's aboard the Goshawk, but the minute he sets foot off the spaceport, he's just another company member like you or me or any of the crew here. So she's Davidson's little starburst. Well.
I know I wouldn't want to tangle with him. He nurses a grudge for a long time.
Take the rule book out of his hands and he's finished. Captain Davidson and I have had a showdown coming for a long time. And this time it's going to be Reisling who'll make the good captain wish we'd never met.
Rocket ship Goshawk landing at Spaceport 3.
Well, now's as good a time as any, Reisling.
Same thought just occurred to me, too.
Rocket ship Goshawk landing at Spaceport 3.
Let's get out there. Maybe he needs a few new guys on his crew.
The way Davidson treats him, he probably needs a whole new crew. Coming, Reisling?
I wouldn't miss it for the world. Oh, Greg, lend me your pocket tape machine a minute and tell the dock boss to hold me a job on the Goshawk. He'll do it if you tell him it's for me. And if you run into the stalwart Captain Davidson, tell him... never mind. I'll tell him myself. Now, give me that tape machine.
Stand clear for landing. Stand clear for landing.
Every jetman in the business knew about the hatred that existed between Davidson of the Goshawk and Reisling. A hatred whose origin was buried someplace deep in the history of those first years when cargo rockets began to run between Earth and the solar cities on Mars, on Venus, and Saturn and the Moon. Davidson was a symbol of the company, and Reisling had little or no respect for either one.
Davidson here.
Reisling, sir.
What is it, Reisling?
Well, according to the rule book, sir, a member of the crew is obliged to report any deficiency in the equipment of the ship. I would like to file an official report on jet number 2, sir. It doesn't fit. The cadmium dampers are warped.
According to the rule book, Reisling, a report is to be made to the chief, who in turn will pass the information on to me.
I did, but he says they'll do. He's wrong, sir.
Reisling, we'll drop you off at the next spaceport if you feel the equipment and personnel is not competent.
Oh, Captain, I couldn't deprive you of the best jetman on the run, sir. No, I wouldn't dream of such a thing.
Captain, what do you think about Jet 2?
It'll hold.
The ceiling's pretty thin, sir. If anything goes, they'll fry down there.
I said it would hold. Increase the jet drive on all jets.
Reisling. You were talking about the Grand Canal on Mars. Is it really as fantastic as everyone says it is?
Well, it's like something you've never seen before in your life. I remember I wanted to write a song about it, but I couldn't. It always escaped me. I couldn't seem to find a beginning. Just like I can't seem to find an ending for the green hills of Earth. Maybe if I go back again, then I can finish it. But right now, I've got something more important to finish. Throw the intercom for me, will you?
What are you going to do with my tape machine? What did you record back there in the tavern?
Just throw the switch like anyone who can take an order.
Reisling, don't ride him anymore. You'll make it rough on all of us. He's like that.
I assure you he won't lay a finger on anyone after I get through with him.
Reisling, leave me out of this personal feud of yours.
Who said anything about you, Greg? Okay, switch. This is Reisling to Davidson. Reisling to Davidson.
Davidson here.
Sir, I want to report a stowaway in the jet room.
What do you mean a stowaway? There can't be a stowaway on the ship. It was searched by security before we took off.
Nevertheless, there is a stowaway, sir. Just a minute. Turn up the intercom power. I want to make sure it picks up this tape good and clear.
Reisling, if there's a stowaway down there, I want to know who he is.
Just a minute, sir. All right, now, turn on the tape. Who did you say you were?
I'm Kathy, sir. My last name is McCune.
Kathy McCune? You know, you're very pretty.
But I've never met you before.
Maybe you know a friend of mine. His name is Captain Davidson.
Reisling, are you out of your mind?
Shut up and listen.
I know
this is
Captain
the good part.
Davidson, but he's a much, much older man. He's been very nice to me in a stern, fatherly sort of way.
Of that beautiful creature, I'm very sure.
But I'd rather have you to be nice to me, sir.
Oh. Well, I guess there's no substitute for the real thing.
Oh, darling. Reisling.
You jerk, he'll throw the book at you. The whole crew can tune in on this intercom.
That's the general idea, boy. They'll all know what a phony he is. Father Davidson, Captain Davidson, you're still there, aren't you? Sir? Captain Davidson?
It cut you off.
Well, old rule book's finally made a slip. Or maybe he doesn't know I can log him for switching off the intercom during a flight.
It looks like you're getting off at the next spaceport, and that's for sure.
Man, I wish I'd been up there to see his face. I'll bet he... What's that?
There's a leak. Something's leaking.
Look at Jet 2 control.
We gotta get out of here. We can't stop it now.
Hand me those tools. I can try.
But the jets are on full power.
Tell Davidson to cut to a quarter. I'll stop that leak.
Captain Davidson! Captain Davidson! Reisling is still off. Davidson hasn't turned it on again.
Well, then get up there and tell him to cut the jet.
But you can't stop that leak without a shield.
It's got to be done or the whole ship will blow. Come on, move! Move fast!
Reisling. They wouldn't let me into the hospital till now. How's it going?
Oh, not bad, Greg.
Captain Davidson wanted to come, too. Well, he's really sorry about what happened. Wants to bring a specialist in from Earth.
Maybe he hasn't heard the final report. Prognosis negative. Total blindness, resulting from radioactivity.
The Goshawk's been junked. He has another ship.
I'm not interested. I haven't got enough time to worry about people like Captain T.D. Davidson. I have too much to do. Much too much.
I don't understand.
Well, it's just that I suddenly have so many places I want to see. I want to go to. Remember in the power room? Remember I told you that I couldn't write anything about the Grand Canal?
I remember.
Well, suddenly it's come into focus. I've been back there a lot of times. Now I really see it. I finally have it in my head, in my heart, in my fingers.
As time and space come bending back to shape this star-specked scene, the tranquil tears of tragic joy still spread their silver sheen. Along the Grand Canal still soar the fragile towers of truth. Their fairy grace defends this place of beauty high aloof. Bone tired the race that raised the towers, their labors time ignores. Long gone the gods who shed the tears that lap these crystal shores. Slow beats the time-worn heart of Mars beneath an icy sky. The thin air whispers voicelessly that all who live must die. Her lacy spires of truth sing beauty's madrigal, and she herself will ever dwell along the Grand Canal. Yes, she herself will ever dwell along the Grand Canal.
Well, there it is, Greg boy. Now I can see it. Ironic, isn't it?
Thanks, Reisling. Thanks.
When he got out of the hospital, Reisling really began to travel. Space had lost its meaning. He went from the moon to Venus and back again, to the Grand Canal on Mars. Any spaceship was his ship, any spaceport his home. And through the long years, the green hills of Earth grew in length, in magnificence. Wherever he went, the song went with him.
We rot in the moles of Venus. We retch at her tainted breath, and foul are her flooded jungles, or crawl with unclean death.
Reisling cataloged the solar system in words and music, And always he sang of his longing to return once more to his home.
We've tried each spinning space mote and reckoned its true worth. Take us back again to the homes of men on the cool green hills of Earth.
No one can really trace the source of all the verses he wrote, but we do know where the final verse was written and when. Now a spaceship headed for the Great Lakes base on Earth, and Reisling decided at last to go home.
Oh, look, Captain. I know I'm out as far as a crew job is concerned, but all I want is a ride back home. You can carry me if you want to. There's a distressed spaceman clause in the books.
That clause was written for men who missed their ships, not for itinerant space hobos.
Captain Hicks, I haven't been back home since my last trip as a signed-on member of a crew. I believe, sir, the law says I'm entitled to a trip back.
That was years ago. You've used up your chances. I'm sorry, Reisling. The answer is no.
Stand by for blastoff. Stand by for blastoff. Destination, Earth. Destination, Earth.
Reisling, you comfortable? Well, smuggling you aboard wasn't easy.
You didn't think I'd pay for a ride on this bucket, did you?
Okay. Well, no one ever comes down here into the jet room anyhow. But you'll have to wait till the ship's unloaded at Great Lakes before I can get you off.
Jack, can you see Earth through the ports?
Yep.
How does she look?
As pretty and green as she always looks, Reisling. As pretty and green.
Let the sweet, fresh breezes heal me as they roam around the girth of our lovely mother planet on the cool green hills of Earth.
Control room issuing landing order for Port 6, sir. We're doing it at 0845.
I'd like to trim an hour off that. The old man would certainly appreciate it, I know.
Captain Hicks, we're pulling a heavy load.
It doesn't matter with a new ship like this. Let's see what we can do about setting a freight ship record this run. Full power on all jets.
Yes, Captain. Full power on all jets. Boy, that's one eager beaver that's feeling his oats. I'll bet he's out to cop some kind of record.
Well, I'll get over that in a year or so. How's your shielding?
Best you've seen in a long time. Oh, I forgot. Here. Feel these dials? Power?
Huh?
Radiation guide?
Yep.
Direct tap to the pile?
Pretty neat.
Sure, one man can handle the whole operation.
Say, these feel like the old hand dumping plates we used to have.
I'll accept the links. I unshipped them because they hid the dials.
You ought to have them shipped. You might need them.
They're available if I need them. But I won't.
Well, give this bucket another year or so pulling such a heavy load, and she'll start giving at the seams a little. Wait a minute. Isn't that a leak?
I thought you'd hear it soon. Now, listen. There you are, another new item. Relines automatically and kills the leak.
Control to power, control to power. We're showing a leak up here.
Everything's under control.
Okay, Jack. The skipper doesn't want to cut power unless it's entirely necessary.
Don't worry, sir. This ship can take it. I don't think we'll...
Jack! Jack, where is it? I know that sound. Something's gonna blow. Jack! Jack, where is it? Show me where it happened, quick!
The door, the safety door. I can get out of here and close it from the outside.
Okay, Jack. Don't worry.
Control room to power. Control room to power.
Jack! You can't stay in here.
Jack!
The radioactivity will kill you. Get out. That's an order.
The captain ordered you to keep me off this bucket, and you didn't obey him.
This is Hicks. This is Captain Hicks.
Right.
Jack, What's happened down there?
Rising, get out of here!
That jet's got to be spilled, Jack, or it's going to take the other two with it.
Jack, this is Captain Hicks.
Just find the control panel if I can only see. Rising! Rising!
Jack!
Control calling power room. Control calling power room.
Power room.
This is Control, Hicks speaking.
Spilling jet 3. Emergency.
Is this McDougal?
McDougal is dead. This is Rising.
Rising? I ordered you off this ship. This'll mean jail for the rest of your life.
Keep all safety doors closed, sir. This place is hot. I'm spilling jet 3.
Rising. There are gloves and a suit in the locker near the door. Can you hear me?
I don't need a suit, sir. Just my hands. Keep the crew out of their quarters. The jet flew while the door was open. And don't let anyone ever tell you that hand dumping is old-fashioned.
Reisling, I'm sending the doctor down. He'll be waiting to take you into decon. And we'll have an ambulance waiting at
Captain Hicks, stop it, will you? I've been around. I know what's happened to me.
Reisling, I'm sorry. I'm glad you're aboard.
Captain Hicks, do me a favor, will you?
Anything, Reisling.
The tape recorder started rolling.
It's on, Reisling. What else?
Send this along to a friend of mine. You'll find his name in my instrument case in the crew quarters. He'll know what to do with it.
I'll take care of it, Reisling.
Let the sweet, fresh breezes heal me as they roll around the girth of our lovely mother planet, of the cool green hill of earth. We pray for one last landing on the globe that gave us birth. Let us rest our eyes on the fleet sea skies
Reisling.
and the cool green hill of earth, and the cool green hill of earth.
You've been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop. Today's presentation, The Green Hills of Earth. Our star, Everett Sloan, sang and acted the part of Reisling. Our narrator, Barry Kroger. The cast, Jackson Beck, Danny Ocko, Ian Martin, Louis Volkman, Bill Lipton. The program originated in New York, was produced and directed by Dee Engelbach. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Countdown for blast off. X minus 5, 4, 3, 2, X minus 1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction, presents
X minus 1.
Tonight's story, Hello Tomorrow. After the third atomic war, when the Earth was a mass of red radioactive dust, a handful of men and women went deep underground in the struggle for survival.
A new civilization was built deep underground, a civilization which must keep a ceaseless vigil against the deadly gamma rays which filter down through the earth. A civilization where the prime consideration is the genetic survival of the race. It is to this civilization in the year of our Lord, 4195, that we take you now.
Professor Lois Burton?
Yes.
I have a call from the Director of Emotional Stability for the Third Oblong. Go ahead, sir. Hello, darling.
Hello, dear. How is the Director of Emotional Stability? My, how impressive that sounds.
Don't joke, dear. You never know who may be listening.
Sorry. How are you? You sound tired.
Well, we've had some bad cases. Mostly frantic mothers who insist on imparting their feelings to children. I suspect it's chromosomes affected by gamma ray leakage from the surface, but the head of the psychotechnic division says they're glandular cases. But that isn't why I called. I have good news.
What is it?
The genetic board has approved our application for marriage.
So soon?
Our chromosomes tested perfect. We can marry any time we want. As a geneticist, you should know that our offspring should be 90 percentile of perfection.
I know.
What's the matter? You are happy about it, aren't you?
Of course. Terribly happy.
I'm coming right over to the lab.
You'll have to give me some time.
What's the trouble?
No trouble. You know that genetic survey I've been working on?
What about it?
Well, I've finally gotten permission to study an actual living case, a specimen of imperfect genetic transmission.
Really?
They're bringing him, or it, up from the condemned cages on the lower level.
You will be careful.
There's nothing to be afraid of. The specimen is XJ12. It's been studied before many times and is quite well trained. Oh, there's my door signal. I'll have to hang up, darling. See you later. Yes?
Professor Burton?
Yes.
I'm from the Phylogenic Institute.
Oh, you brought my specimen?
May I come in?
By all means. Oh, how...
Horrible? It all depends on your viewpoint. I happen to have a twisted leg. My parents were genetically unsound.
But then you...
Yes, I am specimen XJ12.
I see.
I hope you aren't shocked.
No stable person permits feelings to enter into his work. I will admit to surprise. I was expecting something a little more abnormal.
Well, I try to be as abnormal as possible. It pays off. The Phylogenic Institute allows me out of the genetic cages ever so often so I can breathe the pure air of the upper levels and mingle with the genetically perfect.
You seem quite well educated.
I spent the first years of my life here in the upper levels.
How is that possible?
As a small child, my mother concealed me from the director of heredity. My mother actually, dreadful word, loved me.
That would explain your obviously low threshold of emotional control.
If you choose to call it that. You seem to be struggling to repress a few feelings yourself.
We will confine ourselves to the impersonal aspects of our work.
As you please.
I shall require you as a demonstration for a lecture I'm delivering to one of my classes tomorrow.
At your service.
Sit here, please. Grip these electrodes tightly. I'm going to calibrate your electrochemical tension.
I'm quite familiar with the procedure. Oh, I realize that as an imperfect I am expendable, but I should hate to be electrocuted.
The charge is not lethal. Plus 15 surface tension.
You know, you have beautiful hair.
Plus 12 at a depth of 4 centimeters. My hair meets minimal requirements for the genetic code.
And lovely blue eyes. Crystal clear.
Plus 10 at 7 centimeters.
Pretty. A perfect woman. Lovely expressive hands. And a heart of stone. Like all the rest of you perfect survival types.
Shut up.
Oh, could it be you do have feelings?
I seem to sense an air of emotional tension.
It's nothing, dear. This is the specimen.
You, specimen. Tell this dolt who I am, Lois.
This is the Director of Emotional Stability for the Third Oblong. You will address him as Mr. Director.
Mr. Director.
This creature seems quite impertinent.
He's only a specimen, darling.
Well, use him and ship him back to the cages. He's probably radioactive.
Attention, attention. The next demonstration will be conducted by Professor Lois Burton of the Institute of Genetics. Her topic, the probability of radioactive damage in the chromosome heredity of imperfect non-survival types. Professor Burton.
As you know, most imperfects are destroyed at birth. However, those who, for one reason or another, manage to survive are segregated in cages on the lower level for study purposes. The specimen we have today has been trained to tell in his own words about the factors in his upbringing. You will have to forgive his immature emotional control factor. He is, as you can see, quite different. Specimen XJ12, you will proceed, please.
Thank you. My mother was a psychotechnician in the Fifth Oblong. My father was an historian specializing in the records of pre-atomic surface culture. In the earthquake of 2170, apparently some hard radiation filtered down through the tunnels and penetrated the Fifth Oblong. The effect on my hereditary factors is quite apparent in this twisted leg. My father taught me in the last days before he was executed that every human personality is born with certain inalienable natural rights. The rights to have feelings, the right to mature, and above all, the right to be different from every other living organism. Because it cannot be otherwise, I submit to you, distinguished students, that the attempt by this society to abridge these rights is a violation of nature. I submit that the imperfects, the mutants, those who are different, have as much right to exist and be free as you. And I say break open the cages.
Stop him!
Give us back the right to be individuals.
Stop him!
Perhaps that will teach you. Professor Burton, take this specimen back to your laboratory and confine him.
Hold still while I bandage your head.
Oh.
You'll be all right.
I suppose you detest me for getting you into trouble.
I don't detest you.
What?
I don't know why, but as you spoke, something began to stir in me.
Tell me what you feel. If I moved you, then I must have moved the others, some of them at least.
For some reason, I took pride in what you were doing, seeing you stand up against them. Why do you look at me like that?
I can't help it.
I wish you wouldn't. You're only an imperfect, you know. Please.
My name is Orrin.
Please.
Say it. Orrin.
Orrin.
Again.
Orrin.
Lois.
Orrin.
Lois. Lois. Lois.
How touching.
Walter.
I've been listening for some time.
Walter, how could you?
In my capacity as Director of Emotional Stability, it is my duty.
What are you going to do?
Specimen XJ12 will be disposed of quite systematically by the state. For the good of the state, for the good of the genetic code, and in the name of emotional stability.
Walter, I have to talk to you.
Go right ahead.
Walter, you mustn't destroy him.
The specimen? Why not?
He's emotionally unstable. You have to expect irrational behavior.
Aren't you forgetting something, my dear? That you were responding in much the same manner? Or had you forgotten? You see, I'm having him liquidated for your sake. He has an upsetting effect on you.
Then send him back to the cages. But don't kill him.
You speak of destroying an inferior creature as if it was something unethical.
Walter, please, for my sake.
I understand that you have entered a plea for postponement of marriage at the Records Bureau.
Yes. I was too upset to go through with it.
It came as a great disappointment to me.
I'm sorry.
I was hoping that, linked to a stable personality such as mine, you might settle down. If you were married to me, I might even be persuaded to send him back to the cages instead of having him destroyed. Think it over.
If I refuse?
The choice is yours. Well, my dear?
Perhaps you're right.
I am.
I suppose I ought to be rational about this. After all, he's an imperfect.
I'm glad you've come to your senses.
When can we be married?
Tomorrow, if you like.
The sooner the better.
Let me talk to the custodian, please. Hello. This is the Director of Emotional Stability for the Third Oblong. I would like you to cancel the execution of specimen XJ-12. Turn him over to be remanded permanently to the genetic cages. You'd better go. I'll pick you up in, say, an hour, and we'll make plans. All right?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Hello. This is the Director of Emotional Stability again. I want you to cancel that last order. Proceed with the execution, but under conditions of absolute secrecy. No, don't use the lethal chamber. Take him through the upper level to the tunnels. Yes. Yes, I'll issue a pass for the radiation checkpoint.
Into the elevator. Very well. Why are we going toward the surface? The cages are on the lower levels. Radiation check. I've never done that before. New procedure. Walk.
Halt. You can't go beyond this point. There is radioactivity in the tunnels.
I have a pass from the Director of Emotional Stability for the Third Oblong. Special mission.
I'll open the airlock.
March inside. Turn around.
So this is how they get rid of the imperfects. Now, before you dispose of me...
Yes?
This.
Help! Security! Security!
What is it? What's happened?
The prisoner struck me. He escaped into the tunnels.
He won't last long.
Can you go after him?
I could send a robot, but it isn't worth the trouble. There's no way back from the tunnels except through here. The only other direction he can go is toward the surface. And the closer he gets, the hotter the radiation. No, I think you can consider your prisoner officially dead.
More wine?
No, thank you, Walter.
You look very beautiful, my dear. Very beautiful.
Thank you.
The wedding will be a small affair. The director of endocrine control, the chief of the security guard.
Walter?
Yes?
Was he returned to the cages?
Oh, now, why must you spoil it?
Was he, Walter?
Well, as a matter of fact, there was a little difficulty.
Difficulty?
Yes, you see, XJ-12 escaped.
How? Where?
He struck a guard and ran off into the tunnels.
The tunnels? But that's sure death.
He's free to return any time he chooses. Now, don't become upset, darling.
You planned it, didn't you, Walter?
Stability, darling, stability.
Stability, stability. Here's what I think of stability.
Halt! State your business.
I'm Professor Burton of the Genetic Institute.
You can't go into the tunnels, Professor.
You'll have to let me by. I'm the fiancée of the Director of Emotional Stability.
Oh, I suppose you're after the one who escaped?
Yes.
He's quite dangerous, I understand.
I'm well armed.
Wouldn't it be better to send a robot?
I'm quite capable of handling him. He was my subject.
All right, miss.
It's your risk. Checkpoint.
This is the Director of Emotional Stability.
Yes, sir.
If Professor Burton tries to pass the checkpoint, I want her taken into custody.
Professor Burton just passed, sir. She
You
said that...
idiot!
But, sir, she said that
I
she
don't
had...
care what she said. Stop her. Send robots after her. Get her back.
Yes, sir. At once, sir. Robot control. Checkpoint to robot control. Order out all televocal robots into the tunnels. Have them bring back any humans. This is a first priority order.
Oren! 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 Oren, where are you? Oren.
Hello?
Oren! It's Lois.
This way. Behind the rock. Over here.
Oh, darling, darling.
Lois, why did you come here? It's suicide.
I had to. Oh, darling, are you all right?
So far.
You've got to turn back. Give yourself up.
They'll kill me.
You can't stay here. The radiation is +4 at this point. It gets worse as you approach the surface.
Lois, darling, go back.
What will you do?
I'm going ahead.
But you can't.
I can. I'm going to the surface.
It's certain death. Not even the robots can survive it.
Well, at least I'll be the first human in 1,100 years to see what the surface of the Earth looks like.
Come back with me.
No, Lois.
Then I'm going with you.
Lois.
Don't try to stop me, darling. There's nothing to go back to now. Nothing but Walter and emotional stability.
You really want to come with me?
Yes.
You know what it means.
I don't care.
My mother used to believe there was a life after death. A place called heaven.
We'll believe it, too.
Oh, no, Lois, I can't let you go.
Oren, I love you. See, I know how to say it now.
Say it again.
Oren, I love you.
What is that?
It sounds like... Oren, it's a robot patrol. They're looking for us.
All right, come on. This way.
Oren, wait.
It can't be much farther, darling.
The robots. They're coming. I can see their lights now.
Listen, they've stopped.
The lights are swinging round. Oren, they see us.
Come on. Look, Lois, look ahead. You can see the lights reflecting from something.
It looks like a lead door.
Yes. Come on through. There must be some way to close it. Oh, yes, here.
Let me help.
Well, they won't get through that. It's solid lead.
Oren, I feel so strange. Where are we?
I don't know.
Look, up there. A huge round light.
Lois.
Yes, Oren.
Lois, that's Luna, the moon. We're on the surface.
How strange and red everything looks. How it glows.
It's the radioactivity.
Quiet and peaceful. And deadly.
Oh, hush, darling, hush. Sit here and rest a while.
Put your arm around me.
Yes.
Oren, I'm afraid. Oren, we're going to die.
Don't think about that. Just think about us. Alone. The first humans to stand on the surface of Earth in 1,100 years. That door must have been placed there by the last handful of survivors who went underground after the atomic wars.
And those other lights, the small ones, they must be stars. Oren, I'm so tired.
Go to sleep, darling. Put your head on my shoulder and sleep.
Hold me, Oren. Hold me very close. Oren.
Hmm?
Oren, wake up.
Hmm? What?
Look, it's light. The whole universe is light. Oh, Oren, how beautiful. Look.
This must be the heaven my mother talked about.
See the plants? All green and fresh. And the birds. How strange they look.
Lois, this isn't heaven.
But we must be dead, Orrin. We should be dead. The radiation.
By all the laws of nature, yes.
By all the laws of nature, Orrin. Orrin, we're not dead. This is Earth. And we're alive. We're not going to die.
But, Lois, the radiation, it's present. You can see its effects.
Orrin, did you ever hear of geotropism?
I'm not a geneticist.
There is a natural law of adaptation by which an organism will try to adjust itself to its environment by changing. It's called geotropism, don't you see?
No.
All these generations we've been bombarded by radiation filtering down through the Earth. Each successive generation must have inherited some degree of immunity.
But...
Orrin, it can't hurt us. Don't you see? We're immune. We're probably the first generation to inherit sufficient immunity.
But, darling, if that's true, then we can transmit that immunity. We can pass it along to our children.
And they to their children. Come on. We'll have to find food and water.
The practical wife. Wait a minute.
What are you doing with that rock?
I want to scratch something on the outside of this lead door.
Lois and Orrin.
4195 A.D.
Hello, tomorrow.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was an NBC Radio Network production.
In a moment, Act One of A Strange Day in May, starring William Mason, and written especially for suspense by Michael Healy.
It could have been yesterday or 100 days before. I'm not sure anymore. Time has become just a word. All I know for certain is that it began that bright morning in May. I, Major Thomas Manning, U.S. Air Force on special assignment at Claymore Island, was on the verge of realizing a dream that would become a nightmare. I was suited up, waiting to be put into the rocket Gibraltar 3, saying goodbye to my wife, Mary. I guess it was the quietest room at Claymore that morning.
Oh, Tom, I wish I felt more confident.
Oh, Mary, easy. They'll be calling me soon. Honey, it's hard enough.
I know. I'm sorry.
You know, it's hard to believe. After all the training, conditioning, study.
Oh, Tom, I'm frightened. It seemed like a dream until now. I haven't dared let myself think what could happen. But now
Honey, please, don't talk like that. It's really no more dangerous than driving a car.
Tom, you know what I'm talking about.
Look, Mary,
Will you listen? 2 men before you have gone up there and disappeared. Just vanished. Vanished somewhere up there. What's going to happen to you?
Mary, we've been all through this. I don't know what happened to those other men. We may never know, but we've got to try and find out. Somewhere there's an answer. Now, my mission is to try and find it.
Is it your mission to leave and never come back? What's out there as important as my love for you, my need for you.
I don't know. But remember last summer, the night you found me lying on the hammock staring up at the stars? Well, the nearer this has come to happening, the more the fascination's grown until...
Yes, I remember. You were almost in a trance.
Honey, I felt possessed. The universe was calling me to explore its secrets. It's that simple. And Mary, I feel I'm going to learn what happened to the others.
This is Maurice Tarplin speaking to you from the network pool at Claymore Island facility, just off the southern coast of California, where astronaut Major Thomas Manning will blast off within the hour into the frontier aloft we know as space.
It seems fairly definite that this flight is more than experimental. From the beginning, there's been an air of mystery and considerable rumor about this venture. We do know that it will be the furthest flight yet attempted. Here's a quick rundown. Liftoff is scheduled for 0600 this morning here on Claremore Island. And it's turned into a fine morning, so the takeoff should be right on schedule. I see Colonel Alvin Marks coming from Central Control. He's the head man in this operation. We've been trying to get his eye all morning. Now, if I can just get his attention now. Colonel Marks.
Yes?
Colonel Marks, sir. A few questions for our network audience.
But you'll have to be brief.
Sir, I just wanted to ask you if there's anything in the rumor that this is not just another experimental flight. I mean, if there's something going on that...
Marks, launching pad reports okay for go. Tell tracking stations to check out, Lieutenant. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not going to comment on any of those rumors. I will say this. A great deal could depend on this shot, but you'll have to bear with us until it's over.
Colonel Marks, can you see over here for a minute, sir?
Will you excuse me?
One more thing, Colonel. Where is Major Manning now?
Standing by. There'll be no interviews until after debriefing. He's saying goodbye to his wife. And that's what I'm saying to you. I've got to go into him now for our final word.
Oh, thank you, Colonel Marks. That was Colonel Alvin Marks, in charge of today's space shot, whose comments just now have left us about where we were in the running tide of rumors. We return you now to...
Hello, Colonel Marks. Well, it's almost time. How do you feel, Tom?
Fine, sir. And anxious.
Good. Mary, you'll be able to watch the liftoff from here if you like.
Colonel Marks, do you think there is life? I mean, hostile life on any other planet?
We can only guess. Possible. I'd say that if there is, it would be a far different kind of being than we know, but who can say? It'll be a long time before we know the answer to that.
Maybe they'd be like us.
Perhaps, but I doubt it. Tom, may I speak to you a moment privately?
I'll stand over by the window.
What is it, Colonel? Tom, you remember what both the missing men reported just before they disappeared?
Seeing a strange blinding light.
Yes, a blinding light coming at them out of nowhere that seemed to gobble them up.
Any new theories?
None. Maybe some celestial current powerful enough to... If you can see it, don't get too close. Just see what you can make of it and come back down.
I will, sir.
And we'll be waiting to pick you up in the desert as arranged. Goodbye, Tom. Good luck.
Thanks.
I'll be talking with you over the intercom.
Well, honey, that's it.
Tom, hold me for a minute, please.
Now, it's going to be all right. I'll be down before you know it.
Come back to me, Tom. And, Tom, I'm very proud, too.
This is Maurice Tarplin at Network Pool, ladies and gentlemen. Astronaut Tom Manning is in the spaceship Gibraltar 3, which is being given a final check by the launching crew. This is a precision operation, the climax of checkout procedures that have touched every operational aspect of all systems. Excitement is mounting here. There is an ominous mixture of anxiety and hope in the air. Unless something unforeseen looms now, the flight will definitely go on schedule just a few moments from now. We switch now to operations control, and Colonel Marks, who will be in continuous touch with Major Manning during his flight. Come in, Colonel Marks, at operations control.
This is Colonel Marks. Hello, Gibraltar 3. Come in, Gibraltar 3. Can you read me? Over. All systems are go here, Tom. Good luck.
Over. Our vast audience is now linked with ground control and its connection with Major Manning.
It's your baby, Tom. I'm switching you over to countdown. Any final questions?
No questions, sir.
3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff.
Colonel Marks here, Tom. Liftoff was perfect. You are climbing nicely. How do you feel?
Feeling fine. Chains are building.
You're programming well. Pressure okay. Oxygen okay. You'll be entering maximum G's in a very few moments.
Roger. She's beginning to vibrate now. Standing well. Altitude 36,000 feet. She's settling down. Cabin temperature building. Otherwise okay.
You're still climbing nicely. Climbing nicely.
Tom. Manning. It's 2 plus 6 hours, 8 minutes. Do you read me? Over.
Yes, Colonel Mark. Time check's here. Colonel?
Yes, Tom.
I thought I ought to describe what I'm feeling. It's so still and quiet. I've been trying to think of words to express what I see and feel. The nearest I can come is blue rapture. I'm in a blue rapture. Maybe that has no meaning down there. I don't know. Colonel, something new is happening. Or seems to be. I keep thinking I'm seeing something darting out ahead of me. Probably my imagination, but...
Like what, Tom?
Have been spotting something, but I couldn't tell what it was. I can see it. Kind of glowing out there. It seems to be getting closer.
Tom, what's wrong?
I suddenly feel very strange. Hard to get breath, yet oxygen pressure is fine. Don't understand.
Tom, you're being pulled off your course. Check your control.
Aye, sir. I'm trying. But they're fouled somehow. Can't understand it.
Keep trying. We can't guide you. You're not responding to ground control.
Can't do it, sir. I've lost control here, too.
Our tracking station reports have been pulled off course 40 degrees. Can you see anything more?
No, Wait. I do see something now. It's coming closer. Closer and closer.
Try to get away, Tom. Try and take control again. Hurry before it's too late.
Can't do it. No use. Coming closer.
What is it?
Great blinding light. Like an aurora borealis. I can't see her.
What is it, Tom?
Too blinded.
What's happening?
It's sucking.
Tom, can you read me? I'm not getting you.
Colonel,
Gibraltar 3, can you read me? Gibraltar 3. Come in, Gibraltar. Gibraltar 3, tracking station 3.
Colonel.
This is Colonel Mark. Report, please.
Hear me.
Gibraltar 3, any station in contact with Gibraltar 3, report me now, please.
Oh, no. You've all lost me. When I realized I had lost contact with the Earth, I blanked out. How long I was out, how my ship landed, how I survived. Major? I'll never know. I never learned.
Major Manning?
But I did come to.
Major Manning,
Oh,
do you hear me?
moving now.
Oh, my head. Throbbing. Feels like somebody swinging a 12-pound sledgehammer against my brain by the numbers.
Major?
Make the hammer stop. Somebody, please make him stop.
How are you feeling, Major?
Huh?
Coming around now.
Oh, I thought I heard a voice.
How does it look, Doctor? You'll be all right, Colonel Marks. Good. Well, Mary Manning, what do you think now?
I can't quite believe it, Colonel Marks.
Just proves out our theory again.
I don't know about the others, but this is Annie.
Where am I?
Right now, you're lying on a cot at the base medical station.
Colonel Marks. Is that you?
Yes?
Mary. Oh, Mary, it's good to be back. Hello, darling.
Hello.
Oh, just hello? Yeah, what kind of a greeting is that?
Sorry, but that's the best I can do.
What do you mean?
Colonel, I can't stay here any longer.
I understand. It's all right. Go ahead.
Mary. Mary, where are you going?
No, settle back, please, Major.
That's my wife. What's the matter with her? Colonel, what is it?
Why, nothing, Major. Really is remarkable, Colonel Marks. I never would have believed it if I hadn't seen it. You forget I've seen it twice before. I heard about it.
Colonel Marks, how did I get here?
We found you suspended on the fringe of the atmosphere and brought you down.
But how did I get there?
Possibly you were picked up and hurled there by what we sometimes call a celestial storm.
It must have been quite a shock. I mean, you probably thought you'd never see me again.
Yes, of course. Doctor, I have to get back to my office now. I have to make the arrangements. How soon before you'll be ready?
Another hour, I'd say.
Fine. That'll be perfect. Just perfect.
And about an hour later, I was taken somewhere by two men from the rescue crew. I can't remember their names, but I know their faces from all the pre-flight tests. Strange, though. If I didn't know better, I'd say they were more like guards. Something in the grimness of their faces.
Come in.
Here he is, Colonel.
Come in, Major. Come in.
Anything else, sir?
That'll be all. Take a seat, Major. Smoke?
Well, you know I don't smoke, sir.
Oh, yes, of course. You do have friends that smoke, so don't you?
Well, sure. So what? What are you jotting down, sir?
You've seen me smoke before, haven't you?
Yes, many times. Why? Colonel,
How was the trip, Major?
Well, everything was fine until I saw it.
Until you saw what?
The blinding light.
Blinding light?
The blinding light that the other two astronauts saw just before they disappeared. Sir, if you'll pardon me saying so, this questioning seems a little odd,
I
considering...
do not pardon you, Major. There is an infinite variety of answers to even the most minute questions. It's only a matter of choosing the most correct one.
Well, I'm afraid I don't follow, sir.
Perhaps you will, in time. May we continue?
Sorry, sir.
It doesn't matter about this blinding light. That was the celestial storm I mentioned. There is another more important point.
What's that, sir?
I'm getting to it. But first, at what speed were you traveling when you saw this light?
As I sat here and listened to this familiar voice, tone, stare about these familiar walls, I kept thinking,
another question.
This is unreal.
I want you to
Something's
know
wrong. Something's out of sync.
It's true.
I was part of a
And then where did you land?
The pieces that make
And
up
this
the
light
picture
that you
match,
did
but
it follow you, or were
do
you
not
following
quite
it?
fit.
I know.
And I wonder if perhaps it isn't me. Maybe my mind was affected somehow.
I'm waiting for an answer, Major. What was your speed?
I'm not sure, sir. The gauges seem to be off on my last reading.
Are you sure you don't know, Major?
Sir, if I knew, I would tell you.
Maybe, maybe not.
But why shouldn't I, sir?
You might have reasons of your own.
Now, what reason could I possibly have for withholding information from
What
you?
time did you lift off this morning?
What time did I lift off?
I'm waiting for your answer.
600 hours.
And now to the point, Major. What was your mission?
My mission? You mean the space probe?
Come now, Major. Let's get down to cases. Call it a space probe or anything else, but wasn't your mission to get information about our installations here?
I don't get it. It's as if you didn't even know me. My mission was to learn what happened to the other two men.
I see.
What are you doing, Colonel?
Calling the guards. I'm finished with you. It's up to the doctors now.
The guards? Well, exactly why do I need to be guarded? Colonel, the doctor.
Hello, thank you.
Colonel, I'll kill you with your own gun.
Oh, now look, Doc. Be sensible. Return that revolver. It won't help you.
No, thanks. I know exactly what's going on.
You're only making it hard on yourself, son. We'll try and help you if you let us. Colonel, sir, are you all right?
Tell him yes.
Everything is all right. Return to your post. Yes. He's gone. Now what?
I don't know. I've got to think. Mary, I got to get home and tell her what's happened. Sorry, Colonel, but I'll have to belt you one.
Give yourself up. The authorities will get you sooner or later.
See you, Colonel. This is my house. Now, don't get panicky. Just sit tight. Run into the house, get the money out of my wallet. Hold on just a minute. Now, let's see, where did I leave my wallet? Oh, yeah, I remember. Yeah, must be in this drawer somewhere.
What are you doing?
Oh, Mary, am I glad to see you. You've no idea what I've been through. Here, let me pay the cab driver and I'll...
No need for that. It's been taken care of.
Oh, I see. Mary,
Don't touch me.
Oh, Mary, aren't you glad to see me?
Why, yes, of course. It's just that I...
Mary, look at me. Mary, this is your husband, Tom Manning. Mary, what's the matter with you? What's the matter with everybody?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Well, then why do you look at me like I was some kind of a bug or something? It's like you're not even the same person I said goodbye to this morning. Mary, don't you remember how you said goodbye to me just before I took off? Mary, you said, please come back to me.
Listen to me, please. I don't know you. Oh, I'm Major Thomas Manning's wife, but you're not my husband.
What are you saying?
They've tricked you. I don't know whether I'm doing right or not, but I'm warning you to get out of here before it's too late.
Mary, what are you saying?
Stop shaking and let me go.
All right, let her go.
Colonel Marks.
Grab him.
Easy, fella. Take it easy now.
No, this can't be. This is my house. This is my wife.
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong. You have no rights here whatsoever.
For the love of... Colonel Marks, what is happening?
Better come with us, Major. Major, we're going to take you to a nice place where you'll get lots of care.
No, let go of me.
Come along quietly.
No, you're wrong. You're all wrong. Something is out of whack here.
Well, that's that. I'm sorry you had to go through this, Mary.
It's all right, sir.
I saw them taking him away. He didn't see me, though.
Sorry about this, Major Manning, especially the day before your flight into space.
No trouble.
Well, goodbye. See you tomorrow morning.
Goodbye, Colonel.
Goodbye, Colonel.
Well, that was certainly a fright, Tom.
Hysterical creatures, our counterparts on Earth.
I felt so sorry for him. I wonder if they all act that way.
Oh, at first, I think. But he'll calm down when he finds he won't be harmed.
Strange, isn't it? Knowing that for every one of them, there's one of us up here. And so alike. Why, that man has a wife down there who's exactly like me. What will they do with him?
Oh, take him to the Institute. Study him along with the other two.
Well, he'll get good care there.
Yes. And don't forget, there's something to be learned from Earth creatures. Or people, rather. I think we'd have to call them people. Eventually, they probably will be. Now, the way I look at it, it's a small universe. Sooner or later, darling, we may need each other. We here and our, somewhat retarded twins on Earth.
Suspense. You've been listening to Strange Day in May, starring William Mason, and written especially for Suspense by Michael Healy. Suspense is produced and directed by Fred Hendrickson. Heard in tonight's story were Tony Darnay, Reynold Osborne, Bill Lipton, Herb Duncan, Maurice Tarplin, and Bill Smith. Music supervision by Ethel Huber. Sound patterns by Walter Otto. Technical direction by Michael Shoskis. This is Stuart Metz speaking. Listen again next week when we return with another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It's National Wheaties Week. Yes, it's National Wheaties Week, and Wheaties presents Dimension X.
Transcribed on stage tonight, Dimension X, another in the Wheaties big parade of exciting half-hour presentations.
It's National Wheaties Week, and here's the forecast for tomorrow morning. Bright and cheerful with occasional smiles, followed by a good morning all morning long. You think I'm kidding? No, sir, you can have a better morning around your house tomorrow if you start it off with a good breakfast, including, I hope, a bowl of Wheaties with milk and fruit. Nourishment? Say, Wheaties have it to give. To you, right here in National Wheaties Week. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Talk about vitamins and minerals and protein. They're yours in Wheaties. All you have to do is get 'em. those Wheaties, at your nearest store. Get them and try them once this week. For me. For you. Try them once and see for yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. Ready? Let's go. It's National Wheaties Week.
Now, tonight's adventure into the unknown world of the future. The world of Dimension X, where anything can happen.
You are Mr. Sid Ryan?
The same.
My name is Lucia. I'm a Martian.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. What was that again?
A Martian.
A Martian, eh? As in Orson Welles?
Precisely.
I'm a Rotarian myself. Sit down.
Thank you.
And now that we've had our little joke, Mr. Lucia, what can Publicity Associates do for you?
It has been my observation that advertising and publicity are the very backbone of earthly civilization.
Spoken like a true Martian, Mr. Lucia. Now, if you'll tell me the name of the client.
The client, of course, will be the Martian.
You don't give up, do you?
Give up?
The gag, I mean. Oliver.
Oh, yes, Mr. Ryan?
This is Mr. Lucia.
How do you do,
Mr.
Mr.
Lucia claims to be a Martian. Take him outside, will you, Oliver? Get the name of the sanatorium he escaped from and tell them to bring the butterfly net.
Wait, sir. I'm happy to see, Mr. Ryan, that my telling you I'm a Martian has approximately the effect I supposed it would have. I believe we can do business. I have here the cash retainer of $5,000.
Sit down, Mr. Lucia. Oliver, get the client a cigar.
Yes, sir.
No, the other box,
Thank you, no.
Well, now, what can I do for you, sir?
I wish you to manage a publicity campaign. A very large, a very important campaign.
Is the product established, or is it something brand new?
Oh, something quite new. Now, what would you judge to be the most effective type of campaign?
Well, if the client has a lot of dough to throw around, a suspense campaign is best. First, you place ads in the paper saying, watch this space. Then, about a week later, you run an ad saying XYZ, a PDQ, and you get people guessing what it means. Then, finally, when you've teased them enough, you bust loose and unveil the product.
Excellent. Very well, sir. We shall conduct a suspense campaign.
Of course, in this kind of campaign, secrecy is very important. Once the name of the product leaks out, it spreads like wildfire, and the whole campaign is kerfloppo.
Yes, quite so. Utmost secrecy.
That's right. You realize, of course, these things cost like crazy.
Would, say, $1 million cover the expense?
Come again?
I said, would $1 million cover it?
Yes, I imagine. You did say $1 million.
I understood that you had handled some very large accounts. Of course, if this is too big...
Oh, not at all. As a matter of fact, I seldom touch anything less. Right, Oliver?
Huh? Oh, of course. That's right, Mr. Ryan. Absolutely right.
Good. You will begin, then, by saturating the newspapers, the radio, streetcars, with a very simple statement.
What's that?
I shall write it for you.
The Martians are coming. Say, that's not a bad teaser. Got that, Oliver?
Yes, sir.
The next ad will read, June 1st is Martian Day.
June 1st is Martian Day.
What happens on June 1st?
The parade takes place.
What parade?
I wish you to arrange a parade up Fifth Avenue.
You mean like the Macy parade?
Exactly. Except that the theme will be the world of tomorrow. The Martian world. My client would like it to be a gay affair. Balloons, clowns, pennants, pretty drum majorettes.
Say, that sounds terrific. I might be able to interest the department stores in a tie-in.
Fine. The parade will climax the campaign. On June 1st, the product will be unveiled.
Good enough. By the way, Mr. Lucia, just what is the product? What are we selling?
Oh, no, Mr. Ryan. Secrecy, remember.
Oh, but after
all will be revealed to you in good time, Mr. Ryan. For the moment, let us say we are selling a concept.
Concept?
Precisely. The concept of invasion from Mars.
Benny Marcus, please.
This is Benny.
Benny, this is Sid Ryan over at Publicity Associates. Listen, Benny, how you fixed for midgets?
I got midgets.
Fine. I need 40 midgets for a parade. 40. June 1st. And listen, Benny, I want them dressed in little space suits.
What?
You know, like men from Mars, okay?
Midgets.
And I want some movie extras, maybe 50 of them. Also rigged up like men from Mars. Make them look gruesome. Got that?
Gruesome.
Also, I need some horses with pretty girls on top of them. Maybe you can get that bunch from Maroney's Traveling Circus. The ones we booked for the Fireman's Parade in Albany last year.
Oh, try, Sid.
And never mind the expense. Just get me the talent, okay? I gotta hang up now. Call me back, Benny. How you doing, Oliver?
Oh, fine, Mr. Ryan, just fine. We got full-page ads in all the dailies and 10-second spot announcements on every local station, but it's costing a fortune.
The more it costs, the bigger our percentage. Spend like you are going to the electric chair, Oliver.
Yes, sir. How you making out on the parade?
If it comes off, it'll be the biggest thing since Barnum invented the midget. I've got Macy's, gimbals, and sacks to contribute floats. Everything is built around the Martian theme, see? Even the horses will have long feelers attached to them and funny-looking extra legs. It'll be sensational.
Oh, yeah, it sounds fine, only,
Only what?
Oh, Mr. Ryan, we don't even know what we're selling.
Oliver, my boy, do you think old Sid Ryan has been sitting here spending all this moolah and not putting two and two together?
You mean you know who Lucia represents?
Just by accident, understand. I have learned that Century Pictures is making a big new epic. A space opera entitled Invasion from Mars. Get it?
Oh, I begin to see.
Also, by mere coincidence, it happens to be the premiere sometime around June 1st. You follow me?
But, Mr. Ryan, Century has an exclusive contract with New Feature Syndicate for all their publicity.
Suppose Century Pictures doesn't like the way New Features is handling their stuff. They want to get out of the contract, but New Feature says no. So they have to get around the contract. A man named Lucia, client unknown, starts publicizing the Martian invasion. Need I go further?
Oh, I get it, Mr. Ryan. Gee, I suppose I should have thought of that.
No, Oliver, that's what I like about you. You're so innocent. Let me talk to Commissioner Patrick, please. Sid Ryan.
Hello?
Commish, Sid Ryan.
Oh, it's you. Well, what is it this time? If you want to drop a man off the Empire State Building into a teacup full of water, the answer is no. Also, we are not arresting any fan dancers.
You know I don't handle fan dances. I want a permit for a parade, June 1st, 5th Avenue. It's a Sunday. There's no traffic.
Oh, come now. Look, Ryan.
Macy's gets a permit. Gimbals gets a permit. The American Legion gets a permit. The Sons of Erin march every time Morton Downey sings the Wearing of the Green. Don't give me a hard time, Patrick. This is too big.
Come on
I have the 5th Avenue Merchants Association behind me.
Okay, Ryan. Fill out the forms. I'll pass them along to the license commissioner.
That's my boy.
Oh, by the way, what's the occasion?
Oh, don't you read the papers, Patrick? June 1st is Martian Day.
Well, Mr. Ryan, how is the campaign going?
Like fire, Mr. Lucia, like fire. Everybody and his brother is going along with the gag. Yesterday, we distributed 50,000 Martian hats to school kids. I even arranged for Commissioner Patrick to accept a $50,000 check for the Policeman's Benevolent Fund from the man from Mars.
Excellent.
I understand Century Pictures spent over $1 million making that space opera.
I beg pardon?
Oh, come, Mr. Lucia. Sid Ryan wasn't born yesterday, you know. I know who our client is, even if you don't admit it.
You do?
Always thinking that's me.
Well, as long as you know, let's keep it to ourselves, shall we, Mr. Ryan? As you once remarked, when these things leak out, it destroys the surprise and ruins the effectiveness of the campaign.
This is Ron Heileman speaking to you from our portable transmitter atop the reviewing stand for the much-heralded Martian Parade on Fifth Avenue. It's a beautiful sunlit day here in New York. A perfect day for a parade. And the streets are packed with thousands of spectators, all eager to find out what this is all about. There's an air of shrill expectancy.
Helen, over here!
Okay, tell them all right. I've just had word from Sol Brown up at Central Park Mall that the Martians have landed from big pink balloons. And while we're waiting here for the arrival of the parade, we brought some people up to our microphone to tell you their reactions to this spectacular affair. What's your name, madam?
Miss Ada Shackley.
A little louder, please.
Miss Ada Shackley.
And where are you from, Mrs. Shackley?
Columbus, Ohio.
I see. And I see you have your family with you. Two little curly-headed boys. Are you in New York for your vacation?
Yeah, we came for the Shriners Convention with their daddy.
Well, what do you think of Martian Day, Mrs. Shackley?
Well, it all seems very strange to me, but the boys have been pestering me to watch it, so we've been standing here for 2 hours. I can't make head or tail of it.
Well, neither can a lot of other people, Mrs. Shackley, but judging by the thousands here already, there's a lot of curiosity.
Curiosity killed a cat, folks say.
Let's hope not. Thank you, Mrs. Shackley. And now here they come, ladies and gentlemen. The first units of the big Martian Parade swinging down Fifth Avenue. There's fanfare, colored streamers, music, confetti, floats, all the trappings of a Mardi Gras. Let's listen to the band for a minute. The whole troop of little midgets in weird-looking pink and blue spacesuits, carrying Rube Goldberg weapons with signs painted on them. I can read one which says Atomic Blaster. Another has a placard reading, "We're Martian through Georgia." And here come the clowns, laughing and falling all over each other. They're giving free sugar candy to the kids along the way. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is a happy, laughing crowd along Fifth Avenue today. A true reflection of the great sense of humor and good nature that makes America the place it is. Why, only... What's that? What's this? The crowd's murmuring now. They've fallen somewhat silent. There's something coming. I'll try to get it for you. What? Ladies and gentlemen, here comes the Martian contingent. This is promised as the climax of the show. And now a great hush has fallen over the crowd. It's quite a sight to see these thousands of people standing here expectantly, hearing only the great regular sigh of their mass breathing. Now here they come, ladies and gentlemen. The Martians, marching in booted, helmeted ranks, row after row of them. This is an impressive sight, ladies and gentlemen. And a rather serious contrast to the rest of the joyous slapstick parade we've been witnessing up now. There are perhaps, 200 tall, broad-chested men dressed in metallic gray spacesuits with thick glass visors drawn across their faces. Each one's holding an ominous-looking ray gun at the ready position. And marching in absolute silence, keeping step perfectly as though some mute, unspoken command is marking time for them. Even the children are awed by the unexpected, warlike realism of the Martian Legion. And now the first ranks of the Martians move past us down Fifth Avenue toward the reviewing stands at the square. No one moves. A woman, ladies and gentlemen, just dashed out into the street. For what reason, I don't know. She just slipped through the police cordon somehow. They're after her now, but she's already reached the ranks of the marchers, and she's trying to lift the visor of one of the Martian spacesuits. Wait. She's fallen. She screamed and then fell forward in a dead faint.
The Martian column keeps right on coming. Unless they break ranks, they're going to trample her. No. The policemen have got her now. They're dragging her away, out of the way. Trying to revive her now. What is that? All sorts of rumors have begun filtering back through the crowd. Some are even whispering that the woman's dead. We don't know yet, but whatever's happened, the incident seems to have cast a slight shadow over the mood of the crowd. The carefree holiday air seems to have vanished. The crowd's stirring uneasily, a little disturbed at what we've just seen. Nothing to be alarmed at, however. It just seems a shame that anything like this should happen to spoil our enjoyment of the Martian parade.
Dimension X will continue in just a moment.
It's National Wheaties Week.
I want to take that again, Frank?
Oh, sure. It's National Wheaties Week, and we're celebrating. And that voice you heard belongs to my severest critic, who is here to help us celebrate tonight. He's the fellow who's backstage when I'm telling you about the Wheaties. He listens to see that I tell you right. Wheaties' best friend, next to me, Blaine Butcher.
I think you took that introduction a little fast, Frank. Now, suppose...
You see what I mean, folks? Seriously, Blaine, you say the Wheaties words once.
Okay. All I'll say is this. Those of us who tell the Wheaties story believe what we say. And during National Wheaties Week, the good word is this. Get a package of Wheaties and try them just once. I'll be right behind you in line at your grocer's, between you and Frank Martin. Okay? Do that now. Try Wheaties. It's National Wheaties Week.
Mr. Ryan, did you see that? A woman fainted. She ran out into the street to get a close look at the Martians, then she screamed and fainted dead away.
I'm well aware of that, Oliver, since I paid her $50 to do it.
What?
The dramatic moment, Oliver. The stock and trade of the good publicity, man. Relax.
Holy smokes, you sure think of everything.
For my share of this deal, roughly $100,000, I can afford to think of everything. Shut the window.
Oh, okay, but don't you want to see the finish?
We'll go down to the reviewing stand for the finish. Right now, I want to make a phone call. By the way, where's Lucia?
Oh, I haven't seen him.
Well, close the window, Oliver.
Well, okay, Mr. Ryan.
Marcus Talent Agency.
Benny, this is Sid Ryan.
Oh, say, listen, Sid, I was going to call you. I'm awful sorry about those Martians.
What do you mean, sorry? They're terrific.
No, don't joke, Sid. I mean it.
Well, I mean it, too. They're great.
Are you in a bag?
Never felt better.
You mean it, don't you?
Of course I mean it. What is this?
There are Martians in the parade?
About 150. Of course, I only ordered 50, but under the circumstance...
Sid!
What is it?
Sid, don't you know I couldn't get you a single movie extra? There's a studio strike in New York.
Huh? Wait a minute. Where'd these guys come from if you didn't hire them?
I don't know.
Hold on. Oliver?
Oh, yes, Mr. Ryan?
Did you hire those Martians?
Well, no, sir. I didn't...
Benny, this is on the level, isn't it?
Honest, Sid, I would...
Okay, Benny, I'll call you back.
What's the matter, Mr. Ryan?
I don't know. Just don't know. Wonder if Lucia hired him. What's Century Pictures number?
Tremaine 4, 1000.
Tremaine 4, 1...
Century Pictures, the studio of the stars.
Give me Marty Sanford, your publicity director.
One moment, please.
Sanford?
Marty, this is Sid Ryan.
Oh, hello, Sid. How's the...
Fine. Listen, Marty, this is dead serious. On the level, get it?
What's wrong?
I've got to locate Lucia.
Lou who?
Lucia, come on now, Marty. This is life and death. The guy you sent over to hire me for the invasion picture.
I never heard of a guy named Lucia. And, what invasion picture?
Invasion from Mars, the space opera.
Are you batty?
Marty.
That picture was shelved last month.
What?
Sure, back in the can. The big shots decided you can't sell a Martian invasion to the American public. It's too incredible, Sid. Who'd ever believe it could really happen? Of all the crazy...
Mother in heaven.
What is it, Mr. Ryan? You look terrible.
It's too fantastic.
Mr. Ryan, is something wrong?
Open that window. I want another look at those Martians. Look at them. Oliver, you were in the Army. Could 150 movie extras learn to march like that in, say, 24 hours?
No. Not in 24 days, Mr. Ryan.
Not a second's hesitation. Not one out of step. Look at the way they carry those ray guns at the ready. The only other time I've seen troops march like that was in a film of the Nazi SS troops marching through the streets of Paris.
Mr. Ryan.
Oliver, get down there. Find that woman who painted. Her name's Gloria Montez. Get her up here. Make it fast.
Here she is, Mr. Ryan. I can't get much sense out of her.
Stay away from me!
Okay, Gloria. You can cut out the act and relax. It's me, Sid Ryan.
You're a Martian.
Gloria, settle
You're wearing
down.
a mask.
Baby, it's me, Sid.
It's awful. It's all big green eyes and those feelings like a catfish.
Baby, snap out of it. Listen, what happened down there? You ran out and screamed like I told you, but the fainting, that wasn't in the act.
Go away, please. Go away.
Just one question, baby. Inside that helmet, what did you see?
Don't get anything out of her, Mr. Ryan. She needs a doctor.
Okay, Oliver. I've heard enough anyway. You take care of Gloria here. Get her a drink.
Where are you going?
To see the commissioner. You gotta stop this parade before things begin to happen.
Okay, Ryan, what's the beef?
Listen, Patrick, I don't know what it is, see, but something's wrong. You've got to stop that parade.
I suppose you'd like the riot squad. That would get you a front-page spread on every paper in town. Now, look, Ryan, I've got no time for your cheap publicity gags. I'm a busy man.
Listen, I'm trying to tell you I don't know where those Martians came from, who they are, anything about them.
Oh, Ryan, I'm wise to your tricks. Now, if you let the sergeant show you out...
You won't do it, huh? An honest citizen appeals for protection and you refuse?
I most emphatically do. Now beat it.
All right, Patrick. I'll go right to the mayor's office. I'll have you busted flatter than the fried egg.
Go ahead. I'm sure His Honor will be glad to toss you out on that phony nickel-plated skull of yours.
You heard me, Ryan. You can't see the mayor.
Adolf, please. This isn't a gag. I don't want publicity. All I want to do is maybe prevent something horrible from
In
happening.
case you don't know it, wise guy, something horrible's already happening. A couple of hundred little kids are in the hospital with ptomaine poisoning from that phony Martian candy you passed out.
What?
Or didn't you know?
I didn't. We've got to stop that parade.
Sure, you'd like nothing better than start a panic now. Maybe a few hundred people get trampled to death. Think of the newspaper space. That'd get you and your phony product.
I won't stand for this, Adolf. This may be a matter of life and death.
Get out of here quick. It'll be your death. Go on, beat it. Get out. You and your publicity stunts make me sick to my stomach.
Oliver! Oliver! Oliver, where are you? Oliver, Oliver! Oliver!
It is useless to scream at him, Mr. Ryan. Your friend is quite dead.
Lucia.
He wanted to run to the police with some story about a Martian invasion. I found it necessary to restrain him.
Restrain him, you stinking murderer!
Now, Mr. Ryan, collect yourself. After all our planning, it wouldn't do to have everything spoiled now, would it?
Lucia, start talking and talk fast, because when you get through, I'm going to take you apart piece by piece. What's this all about?
Surely you know, Mr. Ryan. After all, you've been publicizing it for months. You see, before colonizing your planet, the Martian government sent some of us as scouts in advance, disguised as Earthmen, of course, to study your habits, your weaknesses. We found that the people on Earth are predominantly conditioned by advertising and publicity. And so we conceived the idea of treating our entire invasion as a vast publicity stunt. Clever, yes? After all, Mr. Ryan, who would suspect an invader who advertised his invasion in the newspaper, invited the public to his surprise attack, and spent millions publicizing his plans?
Holy jumping.
You've done very well, you see.
Then there was no product.
Ah, but there is a product. The product is death.
What are you trying, Lucia?
We Martians are a humane people, Mr. Ryan. We do not like to destroy thousands where a few hundred will suffice. In exactly 2 minutes, our troops will treat the world to a spectacle of death, which will bring the rest of your planet to its knees in horror. Nations will clamor to surrender.
Perhaps, Mr. Lucia, but not if I can help.
No!
Yes, please?
Operator, this is Mr. Ryan. Get me the field telephone on the reviewing stand of the Martian Day Parade. Hurry.
Anyone in particular?
Just hurry.
Reviewing stand. Hello?
Get me Commissioner Patrick.
Hello?
Hello?
You have to talk louder.
I want Commissioner Patrick. Patrick!
Wait a minute. Things are quieting down. Hey, wait a minute. What was that you wanted?
This is Ryan. I have to talk to the commissioner. It's a matter of life and death.
Oh, you can't talk to him now. The chief Martian is presenting the PBA check to him. The Martians are going to fire a salute.
Listen, you gotta stop him.
What?
Stop him!
I'm sorry, Mr. Ryan. I can't hear
You idiot! The worst is going...
Mr. Ryan, you've been cut off. I heard it. Is something the matter?
Oh, operator. Doesn't matter. Nothing matters now.
Tonight, Dimension X has transcribed The Parade, an original radio drama written by George Lefferts. Featured in the cast were Joseph Curtin as Ryan, Barry Kroger as Lushar, and Alexander Skirby as Ron Heilman. Your narrator was Norman Rose. Music by Albert Berman. Engineer Bill Chambers. Dimension X is produced by Van Woodward and directed by Edward King. In a moment, we'll tell you about next week's show. And now, here is your Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
It's National Wheaties Week. Have you had them today? Had your Wheaties? It's National Wheaties Week. The time of the year to buy Wheaties and try them, at least once, for goodness sake. Because once you sit down to a bowl of Wheaties with milk and the fruit of your choice, I don't worry about you. Nope, I know there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake, and that's good. Besides, I know that starting a better breakfast with Wheaties can help you feel better, look better, and work better all morning. But honest now, you have to do your part before Wheaties can do theirs. Sure, buy Wheaties. That's what you have to do. That's what I have to do. Buy them and see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. And a happy National Wheaties Week to you.
Listen next week when we present the Robert Heinlein story, The Roads Must Roll. Another adventure into the world of tomorrow. The world of...
Dimension X.
Come in. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome. I'd like to explore an interesting problem that's been intriguing me. Here it is in a nutshell. Are we ever sure who is the boss? Don't laugh. That problem is going to convulse our entire galaxy 1,000 years from now, when a new form of slavery is produced by science and technology, the android slave. Do you know what an android is? I thought not. Come with me into the future and let me introduce you to the android in this strange and prophetic story of master and slave. What is your name?
I have been named Rex, sir.
Are you a human being?
No, sir. I look human, but I've been synthesized.
You mean you were manufactured?
Yes, sir.
Like a machine, a car, or a plane, or a spaceship?
Excuse me, sir, no. I am not a machine. A robot is a machine. I am an android.
What's the difference, Rex?
The android is a chemical creation of synthetic tissue and organs. I was grown chemically from proteins and minerals into human form.
But are you a man, Rex?
No, sir. I am a slave.
Could you be a man?
I am not permitted to want that, sir.
But do you?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Our mystery drama, The Walking Dead, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Alfred Bester and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by Contac, the 12-hour allergy capsule, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. This is our galaxy as it will be 1,000 years in the future when man has burst into space to colonize hundreds of planets circling distant stars. This is the planet Paragon, peacefully circling twin suns which glow red and orange. It's a tropical planet of rice paddies and lush fruits, a quiet planet, a gentle planet that has never known crime until this moment in a flooded rice field.
Jarvis! Jarvis! I found her! Over here! Quick!
Is she all right?
She's alive. That's all I know so far.
This is South Field to Center. South Field to Center. We have found the Tally girl. Bearing South 190. The girl is hurt. Send a doctor fast. South Field out. How bad is she, Cotton?
She's been mauled. Look, Jarvis, there's blood under her nails.
Oh, must have put up a fight.
This blood isn't dried yet.
Should it?
The scratches on her face have dried.
Uh-huh.
What kind of blood never dries?
Android blood?
Yeah. I know it sounds crazy, but it looks like an android did this to her.
Oh, impossible. I worked in an android plant back on Earth. I know how they're made, trained, and conditioned. Androids can't harm, can't destroy, can't lie, can't kill, never.
I know. But right now it looks like one Andy was made wrong.
Oh, impossible.
Look at the Andy blood under her nails.
Cotton, this is the first crime on Paragon in 100 years. That's hard enough to take. And now you're claiming an android did it?
I'm not claiming anything. It's the facts that are talking. It's the Andy blood under her nails talking. Somebody better find that Andy fast.
Ladies and gentlemen, take off in 10 minutes. Take off in 10 minutes. Bridge is beginning final countdown. Thank you.
Yeah, who's that?
Flight attendant Wallace, passenger check.
Oh, yeah, come in.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. You are Mr. Valentine, James Jason Valentine,
Yes, that's right.
accompanied by one Arista android.
Uh-huh.
I've heard about Arista androids. They're kind of special, huh?
Yes, very special.
They've got a red letter A on the brow instead of the usual black A. The kind they put on work Andes. Is that right?
Oh, here he is with my luggage. You can see for yourself.
Yeah. Well, first Arista Andy I've ever seen, Mr. Valentine. Doesn't look special.
He is special.
Well, what does it do?
Everything. Arista androids are made with all the skills and talents. Rex here is worth 100,000 on the labor exchange.
It must be 1 in a million. What did you call it? Rex?
Mm-hmm.
Here, you Rex. Get down to steerage and strap in. Lift off in 10 minutes.
He'll stay in the cabin with me.
Andy's travel steerage, Mr. Valentine.
Rex travels with me.
Well, have it your way.
Lock the door, Rex.
Yes, sir.
The mess you put me in. I had so much on Paragon, house, land, furniture, antiques, and I had to leave it. Leave it all behind to get away with you. All I got is $2,500 in cash and one crazy machine.
Excuse me, sir. I'm not a machine. The robot is a machine. The android is a chemical creation of scientific synthesis.
Yes, I know. But why? Why did you do it? Why did you run off with a Tally girl? Answer.
I don't know.
If you were human, I could understand. But what could she do for a synthetic imitation?
I don't know.
Did you want to kill her?
No.
Every time I find a woman I need, a woman who can give me what I want, you become a source of danger to her. Why?
I don't know.
You never went this far before. Kidnapping the tally girl. Now I gotta pull up stakes and run again. Look at me. James, Jason, Valentine, frog hopping from one fifth-rate planet to another. My father could buy and sell planets like these before he went broke and left me nothing but a lunatic Arista android. Among your $100,000 worth of Arista assets, I'm sure there's the ability to forge documents, no?
I've been conditioned and trained to execute anything, sir.
Instructions.
Sir?
I want my passport changed. My name is
That's
now...
against my prime directive. We cannot lie or aid and abet falsehood.
Don't you talk to me about prime directives now. Instructions. My name is Jack Thomas, owner of Arista-class android, which is for hire. Fix my passport. That's an order.
The initials on your luggage are J.V.
Ah, well, now, that's a little more helpful. Thank you. Make the name Jack Vivian. And I'm warning you, one false move on Deneb. If you so much as go near a woman again, I'll have you junked.
I'm valuable property, sir.
You think you can trust me to save you every time you run wild?
You own me.
I can give you up.
No, sir, you can't. You need me.
Deneb Alpha is an arts and crafts planet, reminiscent of the Greenwich villages and Girardelli squares of 1,000 years ago. One of the most romantic shops is the jewel showroom of Dallas Burton in Deneb's glamorous Old Town, which caters to exotic tastes at fabulous prices.
Morning.
Good morning.
I want to Dallas Burton, please. Are you...
You're a visitor on Deneb, too, aren't you?
How'd you guess?
Your complexion. It's still fresh. The locals on Deneb look jaundiced. It's the green sunlight.
Where are you visiting from?
Vega? Our sun is a heavenly pink. Everyone looks lovely on Vega.
Oh, sounds perfect.
That's the trouble with Vega. It's too perfect. Nobody seems to need anything. Sometimes it's so perfect I could scream.
Yeah, it's been the other way around in my life. I'm from the planet of mystery.
Oh? And what is your secret?
I invented hurricanes.
I can see we're doomed to know each other. I'm Mary Sutton.
Oh, I'm Jack Vivian. Colonel Jack Vivian, the African explorer.
Delighted, Colonel Vivian. Are you fluent in Bantu and Hottentot?
Eloquent, Miss Sutton.
So sorry to keep you waiting, mademoiselle. This is the chain I had in mind for... Oh, excuse me, sir. Give me one moment. So, Mademoiselle Sutton.
Exquisite. Perfect. How long will it take your workshop to make the charm?
How long are you on Deneb?
It all depends on how interesting Deneb proves to be.
The bracelet can be ready in a few days.
Thank you, madame. By the way, Colonel Vivian, my answer is the Hotel Excelsior.
I beg your pardon?
That's how you say yes in Hottentot. Bonjour, madame.
Au revoir, mademoiselle. So, thank you for waiting, sir. May I help you?
I've got an Arista android for hire. Would you tell Mr. Dallas Burton that I'm here, please?
But I am Dallas Burton, monsieur.
You? Oh. Well, in that case, we'd better forget about it. I can't have Rex working for a woman.
But why not? You are prejudiced?
Oh, no. It's not that. It's simply...
An Arista android interests me. I have a need for expertise in my workshop. Presently, I have only 2 work entities, Harry and Jimsy. Adequate, but not Arista quality.
No, Miss Burton. Anyway, I'm asking too much.
How much?
So, $300 a week.
Oh, it is much. But we shall see. Where is your Andy?
Oh, I sent him around to the service store. He's in your workshop now.
So, this is your Arista Andy, huh?
Excuse me, we don't call ourselves Andes.
How is this? It speaks without first being ordered?
Yes, he does.
Oh, how extraordinary. You said his name is Rex?
Rex.
And you are truly Colonel Vivian?
No, I was only joking with that girl. I'm plain Jack Vivian.
Rex has all the talents and crafts and finesse?
Oh, He's worth $100,000 on the exchange.
You own it legally? You have its pedigree?
Yeah. Yeah, I inherited him.
Help me off with my smock, please.
Yes, madam.
No, get back. Don't touch her.
What is this, Monsieur Vivian?
If you hire Rex, don't let him touch you. Don't let him come near you.
But why?
He has a kink in his conditioning. Women seem to upset him.
Oh, but how fascinating. You make this Arista sound almost human.
300 a week.
200.
I can't live on 200. 250?
Your Andy keeps you well. Yes, 250.
Well, let's have a drink on it. Is there a cabaret around here where we can get out of this damn green sunlight and look human?
Oh, there are a dozen, each favoring a different color of the spectrum.
They call you Rex?
Yes.
I am Harry. That one is Jimsy.
Yes.
Why is your owner so nervous about you?
I'm sick.
How are you sick?
I break my conditioning.
That is impossible. It has never happened.
It happens to me.
How? Why?
I don't know. All I know is there's just the two of us, the master and me. I work for him and take care of him.
We all do. That is our mission.
I have to think for him and decide for him. And that creates a need in me. A strangeness that I cannot understand. Were humans made to create us? Are they the link in evolution between dumb beasts and the android?
That is impossible. How could humans ever create anything as perfect as the Andy? We are produced by the perfection of laboratories.
But men run them.
They say so. But I do not believe it. Men have no logic and no truth.
They have something that we do not.
They are afflicted with glandular disorders they call emotions.
Emotions. Emotions. Yes,
The work androids stare at the screaming Arista in complete bewilderment. They know all about robots and other machines that break down, but androids aren't machines. They're synthetic men carefully shaped to work efficiently without pleasure or pain or passion. And this premium android emits a primal scream for no reason at all. Or is there a reason? Act 2 may tell us. It's been pointed out that we invented the car and the computer to be the servants of man, only to end up as the slaves of our own servants. And what happens 1,000 years from now when we have invented androids, synthetic slaves, to be our servants? The answer is about to explode in the chic jewel shop of Dallas Burton on the distant planet Deneb Alpha. See this premium Arista android now in the workshop, a magnificent artisan, shaping gold into beauty with a blast lamp, looking like a knight with protecting visor shielding his face.
Hello? Hello? Madame Burton? Where is everybody? I'm a customer. Things are... Oh, my goodness, you startled me.
I'm sorry, miss. Good afternoon. Miss Dallas will be back in a few minutes. I'm left in charge.
Oh, thank you. You know, you look wonderfully romantic in that visor.
It shields my eyes from the flame.
No, don't take it off yet. I'm wondering who you remind me of. Some man.
A man, miss? I'm afraid I'm not a man.
What?
At your service, miss.
You and Andy?
Yes, miss.
Then why did you try to fool me?
There was no intent to fool you.
Dallas. Oh, hello, Mary. What's that Andy doing? Bothering you?
No, not at all.
Get up.
Yes, sir.
The mighty Colonel Vivian protecting me from an Andy. What an idea.
Andy's infuriate me.
Why? I simply ignore them. Who can take them seriously? They're like the Walking Dead.
So sorry I was not here to receive you, Mademoiselle Sutton. Luncheon was delayed. Oh, hello, Jack.
Dallas.
Have you two formed a habit?
I have been trying to persuade Colonel Vivian to visit me on Vega.
Oh, and he needs persuading.
This is the address, Colonel. Take it. We have a huge house and only two of us rattling around in it. You'll adore my uncle. I live with him. Nicholas Rostov, the brilliant psychometrician.
So, you leave for Vega this evening, mademoiselle?
Yes.
Then you must not delay. Your bracelet is ready as promised. I will have my Andy delivered to your hotel with his parcels. Yes?
No, I don't want him near her. I'll take Mary back to her hotel.
Thank you. How delighted of you. I brought them hoping you'd fall into my trap. Goodbye, madame.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
Jack, you have come for your Andy's check. You had better stay and receive it.
No, later, Dallas.
Come on, Jack.
I'll be back in a moment, Dallas.
You will find me in the workshop with your Andy, burning the check.
You're angry, Miss Dallas.
Go back to work.
What is anger? Tell me, help me.
Help you?
I need to know.
I cannot help you, Rex. I cannot help myself.
I would like to help you, Miss Dallas.
Oh, you're a good boy, Rex.
Tell me how to help you.
Well, you can begin by helping me into my smock. Oh, expensive luncheons must be paid for. And I must go to work.
Yes, Miss Dallas.
When your master returns looking for his check, we will burn it. And you will show him the ashes. Perhaps I do not know how to love, but I know how to punish. Well, why do you touch me like this?
Oh, yeah.
What is the matter with you, Rex? Stop it! Stop what you are doing, Harry! Help me!
You two, stay back! Get out! That's an order!
No, don't!
I'm sorry, Miss Dallas. I was only trying not to be the Walking Dead.
Oh, Dallas, you said you... Oh, no. Oh, no, not again. Again.
Again?
Yes, again. All right, this is the last time. Now the police will know who to look for. Is that what you wanted? Huh? All right, well, they can have you. Yeah, they can burn you, they can junk you. I don't care, I'm finished.
Instructions?
Go to hell. You got us into this mess. You get us out.
We could stay with the girl and her uncle on Vega.
Are you dreaming? The police...
The police will be looking for an Arista android with the red letter A on his forehead. Use my blast lamp.
What?
Burn it out.
Huh. You're insane.
Then leave me to the police.
You can't pass as a man.
My name could be Rex Andrews. I could be a friend of yours who has hurt his head.
You can't do it.
I can if you so order me. Instructions?
Okay, give me the torch. Your name is Rex Andrews. You're a friend of mine. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning. I faint at the sight of your beauty.
Yes, all my girls do. Well, I never thought you'd take me seriously back on Deneb.
Who said I did?
Good morning.
You are intruding, Uncle Nick. I was about to be romanced in Bantu.
Oh, she's incorrigible, Mr. Vivian. When is your friend, Mr. Andrews, going to make an appearance?
Oh, momentarily, Dr. Rostov. His wound is healed.
Uncle Nick is beside himself with curiosity.
And you, Marie?
Oh, perishing.
I ask a favor, Mr. Vivian.
Yeah?
I'd like you to help me with some printed data in my study. I've begun an investigation of the notorious criminal android.
Oh?
a mathematical approach. Have I mentioned that mathematics is included in the Department of Dead Languages at the university?
Only about 1,000,000 times.
Quiet, you illiterate. This way, Mr. Vivian. It's occurred to me that a rigorous analysis might explain the incredible behavior of James Jason Valentine and his Arista android.
Good morning.
Oh, you came in so quietly.
I'm sorry.
You must be Rex Andrews at last. I'm Mary Sutton. How are you feeling this morning, Mr. Andrews? Let me see your head. Not too bad. Hardly a scar from that frightful fall Jack Vivian told us about.
Thank you.
Oh, what bad luck. Stuck in your cabin all the trip to our planet and then stuck in bed upstairs.
Well, I hope I wasn't too much trouble.
Oh, no, you were a lovely mystery. I love mysteries.
I hope I haven't let your mystery down, Miss Mary.
Just plain Mary, please, Mr. Andrews.
Thank you, Mary. Just plain Rex, please.
So? Tell me all about yourself.
Well, there isn't much to tell. I was born this morning.
You fascinate me. This morning? How?
Came downstairs and met you.
Mr. Rex, you're spoiling me. You're trying to be romantic and mysterious.
It is my mission in life to be romantic and mysterious. That was my prime directive, taught me by Galactic Motors.
Now you're imitating an Andy.
At your service.
If you're joking, don't leave me in the dark. Give me a little hint, please. A private smile.
I'll do better. I'll laugh like an Andy.
Andys can't laugh.
I'll try. I have trouble recognizing jokes, too.
Even your own?
Especially my own. Ha ha!
Oh, thank you. You're wonderful, Rex.
You understand psychometrics, Mr. Vivian. The measurement of facts is crucial to the...
Enter Uncle Old-Fashioned and his latest recruit. Uncle Nicky, this is your guest, Rex Andrews. At last risen from his bed of pain without a scar to show for it. Andy Man, this is your host, Dr. Nicholas Rostov.
Good morning, Mr. Andrews.
Andy, man.
It's our private joke. Rex does a marvelous imitation of an android.
Since when?
Doctor, thank you so much for your hospitality and patience.
My dear Mr. Andrews, you're welcome. Anything this poor home has to offer.
Poor? I've never seen such a beautiful home. Everything is beautiful here. Your collection of antique guns mounted over the mantelpiece. All 1,000 years old. I envy you.
Ah, you noticed. Not many do. Not many know.
It's worth a fortune. That Colt Python 357 Magnum and the government model Mark V 9mm. Superb.
I bow to an expert.
And your library is matchless. Incidentally, I'd like to tell you how much I enjoyed your treatise on zero, or the absence of quantity.
Good heavens.
You mean you've read one of Uncle's books?
I'm genuinely interested in your uncle's work.
And I am genuinely impressed, Mr. Andrews. I didn't know there was any interest left in dead languages, especially among androids.
Androids?
Dr. Rostov.
If that's a joke, Uncle Nicky, it's in very bad taste.
I wasn't joking, my dear. The book has been out of print for 20 years. Mathematics has been a dead language.
It's not funny calling Rex and Andy for real.
I hadn't intended to be amusing, Mary. Mr. Andrews is an android, of course. But if
he is not.
Of course he is not.
I'm sorry. I can't be mistaken.
My friend is a man. I can vouch for him. Do you think I'd associate with an Andy like this? You tell him, Rex.
Interesting. Can an android prove he's a man? Can a man prove he's a man? Fascinating.
You're not an Andy, are you, Rex? Tell me.
At your service, miss. Instructions?
No. Oh, no. Laugh hard 2 times. It's joke. An Andy joke.
Instructions?
And you, Jack Vivian, live with this thing. And bring it here to sleep in our beds and eat at our table and...
Mary.
Oh.
No, Mary, wait. I'll explain.
Go after her, Mr. Vivian.
Yeah. Mary, please wait. It isn't what you think.
Sit down, my boy.
At your service, sir.
You are owned by Mr. Vivian?
Yes.
You both know what you're doing?
Yes.
You know the legal penalty?
Yes.
Recycling for you, that would be death in our terms.
Death? Miss Mary once referred to androids as the walking dead. How can the dead die, Dr. Rostov?
No, my boy. The question should be, how can the dead live?
How can the dead live? I'd like to throw out this idea. Is anything really dead? You see, I'm an animist at times. An animist believes that everything is alive in God's universe. Rocks, plants, machines, stars, galaxies, alive in different ways, but alive all the same. Animists don't believe that man has an exclusive on life and soul. But these creatures, the android slaves that man manufactures in his own image, what about them? What indeed? I'll be back shortly with Act 3. I must be tough and realistic now. The future will not solve our problems. It will only change them. Here is an Arista android, a manufactured synthetic slave, human in every quality, but treated like a slave, a creature never to be respected or given kindness, only to be bought and sold and used. Does that sound familiar? Does the contemptuous phrase, Andy lover, sound familiar? Then what do you make of Dr. Nicholas Rostov on the planet Vega, speaking to an android slave with the sympathy and understanding of the Andy lover of 1,000 years from now?
How did you find me out? I thought my speech pattern was quite human.
Indeed it was. But you can't disguise your pulse. The android pulse is unmistakable. So much slower than the human pulse. Do you believe in man?
Yes, Dr. Rostov.
I don't. Do you believe in God?
We're not permitted. We're told we have no souls.
Which, of course, makes it true. You sleep and eat, I presume?
Yes.
So far, you're a man.
I was born in Galactic Cartel synthetic plant. I was trained, conditioned, and prime directed by a computer.
My boy, I know all this. Why do you tell me?
Because you are a man born of man and woman. You can never know what it's like to look like a man and want to feel and act like a man, but know that you're a chemical creature. I am not born of man and woman, Dr. Rostov. I'm a synthetic thing.
Yes, I understand. But learn to laugh and weep. When the tears come, you'll discover your manhood.
We're instructed that that's impossible.
Yes, by the men who made you. They're your implacable enemies. They make you, use you, fear you, and hate you. My dear young friend, listen to the wisdom of an old man. Birth is not the test of manhood. Birth is merely the... What is it, my friend? What's the matter? What have I said?
Excuse me. I've never had a friend, Doctor.
Yes. Gently, my boy, gently. You know, you androids should feel sorry for men. You're destroying them.
Never. We don't want that.
But it's happening. You are man's perfect invention, and he is your slave.
No, we are the slaves. You are the masters.
And the master becomes the slave of his own dependence. In taking and using, he loses his humanity.
Is it permitted to ask a question?
None of that Andy talk to me, my dear friend.
Why don't you hate androids, Dr. Rostov?
I'm too busy hating men.
Mary, please, love.
I have nothing to say to you, Mr. Vivian. If you have any complaints, kindly address them through your host.
Oh, look, don't be angry with me.
I think your experiment is disgusting. To take a thing like an Andy and pretend it's human. And for Uncle Nick to ask me to treat it like a human.
He's not asking you to marry.
Get away from me. Get away or I'll shoot you.
Something from your uncle's ancient collection? The Winchester Model 1895 3006. Ah, come on, darling. You know we're not as angry as you pretend.
I am with you. Oh, go and play chess with Uncle Nicky. It's my turn to treat your Andy like a human.
Yeah, well, don't let him come too close.
My uncle has told me to treat you as a man. I'll do my best, but I must be honest, I hate it.
Of course, Miss Mary.
How must I address you? Rex? Mr. Rex? Mr. Andrews? Andy? Mr. Andy?
Please, Miss Mary, I hate this too.
But you're an Andy. You can't hate. You can't anything.
You're right, Miss Mary, but I do.
You feel?
I don't know. Sometimes I feel. I am an Arista android. We're very rare. We can do much. We know so much. We understand so much.
You impress me.
I'm not trying to impress you. I'm trying to say I have seen many men who try to feel the way I'm trying to feel.
I never thought of that. You're right, of course. I know such people. They laugh at people like me who feel too much.
Yes. They defend themselves against you and me.
Now you really impress me.
Thank you.
You know, when I was a girl, I went to Miss Pelham's school. She wouldn't have any androids around. Not near select young ladies. I think I was conditioned like you.
Thank you.
But Miss Pelham taught us good things, too. She always taught us never to talk at people. Either be direct or take your leave, but never talk at them. I talked at you when I found out what you were. And there's no excuse for that.
Why do you hate us so? It can't be all conditioning by Miss Pelham.
It's not hate. It's hard to explain. Something rubs me the wrong way.
Perhaps we make you ashamed because we make you feel less special.
No. We're all special. If you could laugh and cry, you'd understand.
What is there to fear from us? Give me your hands, please. Feel how harmless we are. There's no menace in me, no danger, Miss Mary. Only the weak are afraid of us and hate us.
Get your hands off her.
But Jack, it's
Damn you, it's finished. Everything. I'm going to junk you. I'm going to junk you piece by piece. I'm going to rip you and tear you apart.
No, Dad, no, please.
Mr. Valentine.
Yes, what?
If you kill Rex, you kill yourself.
You're wrong, Doctor. I'm not Valentine. I'm Vivian, Jack Vivian. It's all a mistake. Funny, really, thinking I'm Valentine. I'm not. I'm nobody you think I am.
How long have you known he was Valentine, Uncle Nick?
Since the first week, my dear. Poor Valentine. You're in hell, aren't you? Your slave has made history. The first android to break conditioning and directives.
But what happened? What happened to him? Why did he go wrong?
He wants to be a man. He's trying to be a man. He's experimenting with himself, trying to grow, that's all.
Are you saying there's nothing wrong with Rex?
Oh, no. There's something deadly wrong with him.
Well, what's that?
You.
Me?
Oh, yes. You're a compact of weakness, sickness, hatreds, and violence, Valentine. And you're projecting your poison onto this innocent android.
He's the destroyer. He's the evil.
No. You are. You're a plague carrier. You infect people around you with your violence.
Let me help. Let me give without being ordered, just once.
It's too late for that, Rex. You and Valentine must be separated.
No, he's mine. I own him.
There's hope for you both if you're separated. I'm sorry, Valentine. I must call the authorities. I must do what's best for you and Rex. Can't you understand that all his crimes were yours?
Oh, no.
I have no choice, Valentine. I must call the police.
I have no choice either, Dr. Rostov. Now, listen, I can't live without this Andy. And I warn you, I'll use this gun of yours. I'll use it if you try to call them. I'll try.
This time you've done your own killing. The doctor was right. It was you all along.
Never mind that. We'll have to get out fast. You find money. I'll take the girl. We may need a hostage. That is an order. You're an Andy again. Understand? You are an Andy, and I own you. Come on. Come on. We'll cut east to the coast road and get to the spaceport. Come on. We can make it.
You can take the coast road to 100 planets, but you'll never escape.
Oh, shut up.
Why should I? You're going to kill me anyway. Did he kill all the other women through you, Rex?
Yes, I know it now.
Can you break away from him?
If he lets me live, yes.
Shut up, you two. My life's at stake, not yours.
James Jason Valentine, you are surrounded. The road is blocked. You are to surrender and submit your android to arrest. This is an official directive.
We're here. Over here. Look, we're over here. Oh.
You hurt her.
I shut her mouth.
It's all right. It's all right.
Now, don't touch her. We're just going to lay low and let them get tired of looking for us.
She's hurt and cold.
Not cold. Lord.
Nothing is going to happen to you.
Oh, everything's split already.
Get your hands off her. Do you hear me? That is an order.
The order will not be obeyed.
Oh, you're quite the man now, eh? Now, you keep away from the girl.
Or what? 100 men out there in the flats looking for us. Are you going to shoot me and show them where you are?
Keep your voice down.
Well, do you want to kill me? Go ahead.
You're asking for this.
Let Mary go and I'll stay with you and help you.
You'll do it anyway. I own you.
Which owns which?
Attention, James Valentine. Submit your android to arrest. There is no charge against you, but you must submit your android to arrest. This is a police directive.
We're finished. The beaters are coming under the chopper. We'll be burned out or shot out.
Get going. We're moving out.
Can you force me to do anything now?
For the last time, I'm holding the gun and you're going to move.
Don't listen to him. Don't obey him. You don't have to. You're more of a man than he is.
Attention, James Valentine. We are landed 100 meters south of you. You are to surrender and submit your android to arrest. This is an official directive. Acknowledge and state identity. This is being recorded in evidence.
I am Mary Sutton, niece of Dr. Nicholas Rostov. James Jason Valentine is with me.
James Jason Valentine, you are the owner of the Arista android wanted for assault and murder.
He is?
Do you submit your android to police arrest?
He does.
Valentine will have to answer for himself for the voice print. Mr. Valentine, identify yourself and give the locality of your android.
I am James Jason Valentine. My android is dead.
So, out on the cold flats of Vega, the slave stands brave and tall and assumes the identity of the master he's killed in a final desperate struggle. The first android has made the first step to becoming a man. Will he convince other men that he is a man? I don't know, because I can't for the life of me give you a definition of man. Can you? Think about it for a moment. What is a man? That's just another way of asking who rules the universe, who's the boss, The question can't be answered because it makes no sense. There are no bosses, only people looking for bosses. I know I ask too many questions, but let me put this one to you before we break up this session. Isn't the test of a person the strength to function without being told what to do? To put it another way, do the slaves want to be slaves? Think about that until we wrap again next time. Our cast included Paul Heck, Rosemary Rice, Jack Grimes, Joan Shea, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Time Magazine. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
WOR Mystery Theater was also brought to you in part by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less.
Adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Visions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. From the hot side of Mercury to the outermost moon of the planet Pluto, the Space Patrol is ready for action when trouble strikes. Most of the time, when trouble comes, it bursts forth suddenly in a single calamity or an act of violence. But other times, trouble wears a mask. It hides innocently among columns of figures in technical reports. In either case, it rarely escapes the sharp eye of Commander Corey. Right now, in the central office on the man-made planet Terra, Buzz is completing the third check of a stack of documents with the help of Cadet Happy.
I don't like the looks of it, Happy. What would a thief do with part of an electronic brain or part of a spaceship vector computer?
And why take the risk of stealing a unit from a factory when it would be easier to steal the whole computer from somebody's spaceship?
This is what alarms me, Hap. Every basic industry is affected, particularly those in the complex technology group. No one plant has suffered a big loss, but nearly all have reported small losses.
Yeah, there must be a whole organization of crooks.
Central office, Corey here.
Commander, this is Anton Zorba, Assistant Director of the Coordinating Division.
Yes, Mr. Zorba.
Something has come up that I think the Space Patrol should know about. It may be quite serious.
What is it?
It concerns some missing records from our Mars office. I'd like to talk to you in person if you have the time.
Well, I've got some business near your building at 1400 hours. How would it be if I dropped in when I get through, say at 1430?
That will be fine, Commander.
Now, thank you, Mr. Zorba. Corey out.
Oh, now it's the Coordinating Division. I'm surprised that we haven't heard that the Terra Bank has been robbed.
If we study these thefts from all angles, maybe we can find a pattern. Talking to Zorba may supply the missing pieces.
The United Planets Coordinating Division gathers facts on production on all the planets. With this information, businessmen, manufacturers, and farmers can avoid wasted effort and plan for future markets. Right now, Commander Corey is in the office of the Assistant Director, Anton Zorba.
Just what were these documents that disappeared, Mr. Zorba?
They were confidential financial statements given our Mars office by several Martian business concerns.
Do you have any idea how they disappeared or who might have taken them?
It's only a suspicion. I don't want to make any unjust accusation.
No, don't worry. Our agents will be sure we have facts before anyone is accused.
Well, a few days ago, the chief of our Mars office discharged an employee named Rexford Ames for reasons of inefficiency.
Do you think Ames might have taken the documents when he left the Mars office?
He had access to them, but I realize that isn't conclusive.
No. Well, what else do you know about Ames that might have a bearing in this case?
Well, he wasn't too careful about his associates. He had a pal named Parker. Parker has been in several scrapes with the Lowell City Police.
We'll check on Ames and on his pal. What's his name?
Parker. Here, I'll write them down for you if you like. Would you mind passing me that pad? Thank you.
I'll check through our files at headquarters on both men. Then I'll contact one of our agents in Lowell City.
Our Mars chief, Mason Bennett, can probably give you more information.
Here you are, Commander. Thanks.
Thank you for dropping in.
Goodbye, Mr. Zorba. I'll keep you informed on developments.
Yes, Mrs. Zorba.
Our visitor is gone now. Will you come in?
Right away. Yes, Zorba?
Our work here is nearly completed. Tomorrow, the Star Drive ship from Tirana will be waiting for us outside the Pluto orbit.
Everything will be ready.
There are still a few loose ends. You'll have to go to Mars immediately.
Why?
When Corey investigates Ames and Parker, I want to be sure those stolen documents are in Ames' apartment.
Oh, they'll be there.
Well, Smead, we've collected samples of every important piece of electronics equipment and machinery manufactured in the solar system. The scientists of Tirana will know every strength and weakness of the United Planets. By the way, what did you do with that code message?
Why, I put it on your desk. On the other side of the top sheet on your desk pad, so no one would see it.
Oh, all right. You fool. Why didn't you tell me?
What's wrong?
Corey's got that piece of paper. I wrote Ames and Parker's name on the blank side.
Well, he wouldn't know what it says. He can't read Tiranian.
Oh, you're right. Not now, at least. But when we return with the Tirana task force, we'll teach it to him if he survives the attack. Elsewhere in the commander's office at headquarters, Buzz tells Happy of his talk with Anton Zorba.
There may not be any connection between all that stolen equipment and those missing documents, but at least Zorba has given us some place to start.
You were going to Mars?
Yes, not just to check on Ames. I'm going to talk to the security officer of the weapons plant in Lowell City, the one that reported the missing space torpedo firing mechanism.
Well, how do we locate this Ames?
We'll find out all you can about him in our records section, Happy. Then we'll contact the Lowell City locator office. Now, here. You'll find Ames' full name on a slip of paper, along with his pal, Parker.
Yes, sir. Hey, what's all this scribbling?
Oh, the name's on the other side. Let me see that, huh? That other writing may be some notes that Zorba wants back.
It looks like a bunch of doodling to me.
It's too precise and regular for doodling. Perhaps it's some private shorthand notes. Copy those names, Happy, and leave the paper here. I'll check with Zorba when I have time.
Yes, sir.
When you get the data on those men, we'll blast off for Mars.
Several hours later, in Lowell City on the planet Mars, Anton Zorba's accomplice, Smead, spaceophone Zorba, back on Terra.
I'm sorry I'm late checking back, Zorba, but I had some trouble getting Ames out of his apartment. I finally phoned him about a fake job opening.
Have you planted the documents?
Oh, I'm on my way over there now. I'll be through in 20 minutes.
You'd better hurry. I don't want any slip-ups.
Don't worry. Jorgen will act as a lookout while I'm at Ames' place.
All right. When you finish, you and Jorgen blast off for Saturn's moon number 5. I'll contact you later. Zorba out.
Meantime, Buzz and Happy, recently arrived in Lowell City, are in the hall of an apartment building approaching room 163.
Who is it?
Space Patrol officers.
Yes, gentlemen, what can I do for you?
We're looking for Rexford Ames.
Mr. Ames isn't in right now.
When will he be back?
Oh, I really can't say. Is something wrong?
What's your name?
If you must know, I'm Matthew Smead. I'm going to take Mr. Ames' apartment when he moves out.
I'd like to talk to you inside, Mr. Smead.
Well, all right. But I told you all I know about Mr. Ames. Your best bet would be to talk to the manager.
Sure, we'll do that later. Now, Mr. Smead, will you show us your identification?
Of course. And, Cadet, you can stop fingering that ray gun. I'm not armed. Here's my valet, Commander.
Thanks. Matthew R. Smead, 562 Alcor Street, Lowell City, Mars. You're an industrial production analyst.
Yes, and I can give several leading firms here on Lowell City as reference.
We have a warrant to search this apartment, Mr. Smead.
Oh? Mr. Ames isn't in trouble, is he?
I don't know, yet.
But you have no reason to hold me here.
It depends on whether we find anything incriminating. If we do, then we'll have to take you to headquarters, since you're the only person on the premises.
Well, I suppose you're within your rights. But it's a shame a law-abiding citizen has to be inconvenienced through no fault of his own.
Here's your wallet, Mr. Smead.
After all, I'm merely trying to rent an apartment.
Oh, excuse me, something dropped out of your wallet.
Never mind, put it out.
Oh, I've got it.
Give it here, please.
I'd like to see that.
Now, just a moment, Commander.
Under this warrant, I can search everything in the room. That includes you. However, if you want to come to headquarters and take the trouble to file a formal protest...
Oh, all right. All right. Here's the notebook.
Thank you.
This is an outrage. If I didn't have important things to attend to, I'd see this thing through to the finish.
Mr. Smead, do you happen to know... Oh, never mind. All right, here's your notebook.
Satisfied, Commander?
Yes, I am, for the time being. You're an industrial production analyst, you say, huh?
Yes. Those symbols you saw in the book, they're my own private shorthand and math formula. They deal with raw materials used in a plastic manufacturing concern. One of my clients, if you were interested.
Not in plastics, Mr. Smead. Now, if you'll just stand over there while the cadet and I search this apartment.
Look out, Commander. Oh, I got the cadet, Jorgen. Let go of me, Smead. Hit him, Jorgen, quick before he breaks loose. Right?
They're both out cold. Let's get out of here.
Wait. Drag them in the clothes closet and lock the door.
Okay. Better use a ray gun on it. That'll give us an hour's clear start to Saturn number 5.
No. Ames will be coming back in a minute from that fake job offer. If the space patrollers are conscious when he gets here, they'll go to work on Ames. They'll give us more than an hour.
Yeah. When they find those planted documents, Corey will forget about us.
When he learns the truth, we'll be on our way to Tirana.
Unknown to Commander Corey, spies from Tirana, another solar system, are operating among the United Planets. Anton Zorba, assistant director of a government agency, is collaborating with these spies and obtaining vital, secret information about industries and defenses. To clear the way for his own escape to Tirana, Zorba has diverted Commander Corey's attention by giving him false information concerning Rexford Ames, a former employee of the government service. While searching Ames' apartment in Lowell City on Mars, Buzz and Happy were knocked out by two of Zorba's accomplices. Now, as the space patrollers regain consciousness, they find themselves in a dark, cramped room.
Oh, my head. Hey, where are we? Smead and his pal seem to have jammed us into a closet. For a few seconds after they slugged me, I wasn't totally out, and I heard a couple of things.
Oh? What?
And let's see if we can get this door open first. Once more ought to do it.
That's better. Getting a little stuffy in there. You don't think Ames came in while we were in the closet, do you?
No. But what I heard just after they slugged us, Smead and his pal Jorgen are framing Ames. Smead was here planting documents.
Oh, and we came in a little too soon.
Yes, and that notebook of Smead's, the one that fell out of his wallet. You got a look inside it?
No, sir. But he mentioned something about industrial analysis symbols.
He said they were his own special code, just in case I happen to know the standard symbols. But, Hap, they're the same type of peculiar signs that were on that slip of paper I brought back from Zorba's office on Terra.
Hey, then there's a connection between Smead and Zorba.
Yeah, it looks that way. They said something about Saturn's fifth moon. Hap, you stay here and search Ames' apartment while I space it from headquarters from our surface car.
Yes, sir.
I'll put a local agent on Ames, then we'll go after Smead.
Headed toward Saturn's fifth moon in the small private space cruiser, Smead and Jorgen monitor a special frequency, waiting for a signal from Anton Zorba. At last, the contact comes through.
Jorgen, adjust that scramble circuit.
Okay, Smead.
Anton Zorba aboard cruiser T-938, calling Matthew Smead. Anton Zorba to Matthew Smead.
Smead here. Go ahead, Zorba.
What are you?
5,000 DUs from Saturn V on Space Meridian 68. Oh, about that Amesville. I planted the documents, but we had a little trouble.
That's not important now. I've cleared things up on Terra, and the chief thinks I'm on vacation.
Good. When is the cargo ship coming to pick up what we stashed on Saturn V?
It'll be there in about 3 hours. Now listen. Don't land your ship near the supplies. Set down at Hideout 2, where the surface tanks are. Take a tank to the cave and wait for the cargo ship.
Right.
You and Jorgen help load the cargo ship, then board it. I'll meet the cargo ship at the Neptune orbit. Contact me when you get the tank to the supply cave. Zorb out.
And in the Terra 5, Buzz and Happy watch the image of Saturn's fifth moon grow larger in the forward view scope.
Fire forward rocket, Hap. We're almost over the point where that space phone signal originated.
Yes, sir.
There's no spaceship down there, though.
Hey, wait. It looks like a cave dug back into that crater wall. Maybe the transmitter's in there.
We'll cut altitude and have a closer look.
Yes, sir. That could be a nice, cozy hideout.
Hap, look what's in front of the cave.
The surface tank.
Uh-huh. Camouflage to blend with the terrain. Pat, get 2 spacesuits out of the locker. I'll set the ship down a few hundred yards from the tank.
Yes, sir. Smoking rockets.
Tank, they're firing at us.
Hey, it's a miracle they missed at this range.
We'll pull away and try to talk sense into those characters. Men of Corey aboard Terra 5 calling Matthew Smead in surface tank. Listen, Smead, you had your chance and you missed. Surrender or we'll launch a space torpedo. What's your answer, Smead? I can guarantee that we won't miss.
Smead to Corey. All right, we surrender.
Who's in that tank with you? Your pal Jorgen?
Yes. Just Jorgen and I. Don't shoot, please.
Both of you get out of that tank and stand in the open so we can see you. Have you got spacesuits on now?
Yes.
All right. I'll give you 2 minutes to clear out of that tank. Now get moving.
A few moments later, Buzz lands the Terra 5, and he and Happy, wearing spacesuits, approach Smead and Jorgen, who stand with arms raised a few yards from the opening of the cave.
All right, you can lower your arms now, but don't try anything. Don't worry. We know when we're licked. Smead, who were you making that scrambled spacephone call to a while ago?
Spacephone call?
Now, don't play dumb. That's how we found you. Who was it? All right, I'll tell you. It was Anton Zorba.
Who is Anton Zorba?
What's the use, Smead? He's got us.
Shut up, Jorgen.
You and Zorba tried to frame Rexford Ames. Why? Was it just to keep me busy with Ames while Zorba was pulling a big job? Smead, if you won't tell him, I will. Why make it tougher on ourselves?
All right. Brace yourself, Corey. Ever hear of Tirana?
Tirana? No.
It's a planetary system several light years from the sun. Zorba has been working with their spies, getting samples of their United Planets' raw materials, machines and weapons.
To get ready for an attack on the solar system?
Yes, and you help them. Why, you dirty traitor. I am not a traitor. I am from Tirana.
And those symbols in your notebook and on Zorba's desk.
Notes in the Tiranian language. That stuff in the cave. That's supposed to go to Tirana, huh? Yes. A cargo ship is due here in less than 3 hours to take the material to a star drive ship outside the Pluto orbit.
It's a big interstellar ship, and it's already got several cargo ship loads aboard. This was to be the last load.
There isn't much in the cave, but it's all very useful to an attack force.
Your Tirana scientists won't get this equipment. Smead, you and Jorgen are going to load it in the cargo hold of Terra 5. Now get busy.
As Buzz and Happy keep Smead and Jorgen under careful watch, the 2 spies carry crates from the cave to the Terra 5. Right now, back in the cave for their 6th trip, Smead cautiously glances toward the space patrollers standing at the cave opening. Then he turns a valve on a large metal container. Carefully, Smead turns the power control of the spacesuit transmitter down to minimum range, then makes a similar adjustment on Jorgen's transmitter.
Corey. Commander Corey.
What are you calling Corey for?
I was just testing to be sure he can't hear us. Now, pretend to be struggling with the crate and listen.
Okay.
I just let the inner pressure out of a container of tetraosite.
What are you fooling with that stuff for? It's a powerful explosive.
Sure. There is no air on this moon. And now there is no air pressure inside the container. It's almost a vacuum, except for the tetraosite.
So what?
We'll put it aboard Corey's ship. When the hatch is closed, Corey will bring the pressure up to normal in the cargo hold. The outer pressure will push against the sides of the container, and the ship will blow up.
Are you crazy? We're going to be in that ship.
No, we're not. I figured out a way to make a break.
Quit stalling back there.
We're just having a little trouble with a crate, Commander. Okay, Jorgen. We got it now.
Smead and Jorgen make several trips to the Terra 5, with Buzz and Happy walking close behind them. Now, as the 2 spies stagger under the weight of a large crate, Smead stumbles. Both men fall to the ground near a slight drop-off.
My leg.
Jorgen, get that crate off Smead's leg.
It's too heavy. I can't manage it alone.
Come on, Hap. We'll give him a hand.
Yes, sir.
Take it easy, Smead. Okay, Jorgen. Now lift. All right.
Okay, Smead. Pull your foot out. Now, Jorgen, push them over.
They're over the edge.
Come on. Let's get to the tank.
Hey, look. Look, they landed on a ledge about 20 feet down.
Yes, by the time they crawl out, we'll be halfway to our ship. Come on.
Dazed by the fall, but protected from serious injury by their heavy spacesuits, Buzz and Happy managed to climb up the steep rock wall. Finding the surface tank gone, the space patrollers enter the Terra 5, first checking the cargo hold.
Well, anyway, we got nearly all that stolen equipment aboard, even if Smeed and Jorgen got away.
I'm more concerned about that star drive ship from Tirana.
Hey, maybe Smeed will lead us to it, if we can trace his ship.
All right, Hap, close the cargo hatch, and we'll go up forward and blast off.
Yes, sir.
I'll say this about Smeed and Zorba. They were certainly thorough. They've got samples of just about everything, including explosives. Look, there's a container of tetraozite.
Okay, so the hatch is secured. Shall I bring the air pressure up to normal?
Wait a minute. Don't touch that air valve. Look at this gauge on the container. It registers 0. Normal air pressure in this hole could crush the container and explode the tetraozite.
Smoking rockets. We'd better unload that stuff right now.
There isn't time. That cargo ship may be along any minute. There won't be any danger as long as we keep the cargo hold sealed off and airless. All right, Hap, let's get to the controls and blast off.
Blasting off from Saturn's fifth moon, Buzz and Happy scan all directions of space for a sign of the cargo ship.
Smeed and Jorgen must have warned them off, Commander.
If we could only intercept one of those scrambled signals, we might get a line on Zorba. If we capture him, we could do something about that star drive ship from Tirana.
Yeah, all we know is that it's somewhere outside of Pluto's orbit. That's no help.
Now, wait, Hap. There's a ship in the forward viewscope.
Oh, maybe it's a cargo ship after all.
No, it's a private cruiser.
Well, it sure wouldn't be Smeed and Jorgen. That ship's coming right toward us.
Space Patrol Agent R7 aboard private cruiser T-938, calling Commander Corey aboard Terra 5.
Space Patrol Agent.
Corey aboard Terra 5, the cruiser T-938. Request identification code exchange sequence. L437J.
X975K.
Check. Code sequence acknowledged. Go ahead, Agent R7.
Commander, I have some evidence aboard that I think you'll want to see. It'll help you put your finger on several men connected with that missing equipment. It involves some pretty big names, sir.
All right, join airlocks and come aboard. Corey out.
Hey, maybe this is just the break we need.
As the private cruiser joins airlocks with the Terra 5, Commander Corey and Cadet Happy wait for the Space Patrol agent to open the inner hatch.
The agent said he had some big names on that list, Commander. Maybe one of those men will know where this ship from Tirana is supposed to pick up the stolen equipment.
We'll know in a minute, Hap. Our man's in the airlock.
Get your hands up, both of you.
Zorba.
Let's get him, Hap.
I warned you not to move. That paralyzer ray will prevent any more nonsense. You saved me a lot of trouble, Commander. I'll just take the controls and pilot the Terra 5 to the ship from Tirana. Now I'm going to cut my cruiser loose from the airlock, then we'll head for Pluto's orbit.
Hours later, Buzz and Happy open their eyes to find themselves alone in the control compartment. The ship's rockets are cut off. Looking out the viewport, they see part of the hull of a gigantic spaceship.
Smoking rockets, Commander. What a monster.
It's the star drive ship from Tirana.
If this is a sample of what that Tirana outfit has, the solar system doesn't have a chance. Say, I wonder where Zorba is.
Probably helping transfer our cargo into the big ship.
Now's our chance to blast off.
Quiet, Happy. Somebody's coming. Lie still. I'll give you a signal.
Yes, sir.
Still up. Well, this should bring them around in short order.
Don't bother, Zorba. We don't need it.
I'll handle Zorba. Blast off, Hap. Yes, sir.
All right, Zorba. Just lie there and take it easy.
Don't blast off, you fools. The Tirana ship will blast us to pieces.
Is the cargo all transferred?
Yes. If you want to stay alive, come aboard with me.
You've got the wrong formula, Zorba. Fire rockets, Hap.
Yes, sir.
You'll never make it. Right now, they're probably focusing one of their deadly rays on us.
Smoking rockets. Look.
Run. It's gone.
Now, do you see why I wanted to get away from there?
But what happened? You didn't fire at it?
You can thank Smeed and Jorgen for destroying that ship, Zorba. That's the fate they planned for Terra 5.
I don't understand.
Oh, the tetraozite.
Right. Somebody aboard the Tirana let air into the cargo hold.
Well, that's one enemy ship accounted for.
Yes, but there may be others. Happy got to round up every Tirana spy in the solar system. Smeed, Jorgen, and all the rest.
That's some job. Where do we begin?
Right here. Zorba, start talking.
Join us again next week for another thrilling adventure with Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. Space Patrol comes to you each week at this time through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Theater 5 presents It's a Work of Art.
Come in, gentlemen. Come in. I have been waiting for you. My name is Dr. Lazarus.
Dr. Lazarus, this is a surprise, sir.
Dr. Lazarus, this is a pleasure, sir.
Dr. Lazarus, this is an honor, sir.
Great privilege to meet you, sir. And your names are?
Tom Black.
Dick White.
Harry Brown.
Joe Freeman, sir. I'm delighted to welcome you, gentlemen. Delighted each of you were able to come. Be seated. Please be seated. Make yourselves comfortable. You've had a long journey. You must be very tired.
A little tired and very confused, sir.
Confused? How so, Mr. Freeman?
A matter of orientation, sir. Our aircraft altered direction half dozen times. Our car from the airfield seemed to travel a long way, yet cover a short distance. And the elevator in this building travels so smoothly, I don't know whether it carried me up or down.
You are a man who likes to know where he is.
I'm afraid so.
No need for apology. A commendable trait. Let me orient you as best I may. Your location, gentlemen, is an isolated and uninhabited point in the northwest sector of the North American continent. You have descended from that point 2,500 feet below the surface of the Earth. You have arrived in the confines of an installation codified as BY-7.
A military installation, sir?
Military? No, indeed no. Our purpose here is strictly non-military, sir. We are a scientific post. Purely science. Pure science. Needless to add, we operate with government funds under government contract. But doesn't everyone?
Why, sir, is a non-military post under such stringent security?
I am not free to supply that information for security reasons.
Dr. Lazarus, the rest of us want to say that we have no interest where we are nor how we got here. We know we're here to do a job, and we'd like to get on with it. Whatever it is.
Excellent. Proper attitude. Most commendable. Now, first, your general briefing. You foremen are now attached to the final phase of the operation classified as Project Adam. You have been screened, scrutinized, and selected as each of you has been found to be topmost personnel in his own field. Allow me to congratulate you on your excellence.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, your specific briefing. Project Adam was initiated 21 months ago. Has been in process since that time and has culminated with the completion of this installation. The installation consists of 5 sections. Each section contains certain specific material. Your participation is the correlation and the assemblage of that material. Your program, gentlemen, will progress as follows. Each morning for 5 successive mornings, you will report to one of the 5 sections in sequential order. Section A on the first morning, Section B on the second, and so on through Section E on the 5th morning.
We assemble one section in one day, completing 5 sections on 5 successive days.
Correct. On the 6th day, you will report to the project room. There you will coordinate the 5 completed sections. You will assemble the total entity, the machine.
The total entity is to occupy just one day.
Correct.
We complete our participation in 6 days.
Correct. On the 7th day, we test.
What will we be testing, sir?
The efficiency component and delivery potential of the machine. Of course.
Of course. Please continue briefing, sir.
Your daily log, gentlemen, is to be as follows. Report to section. Receive blueprints from me. Each set of prints will be found to be specific to that one section. Proceed according to blueprints. Complete section.
Sir, it would expedite matters to present us with full blueprints from the outset.
That is not the schedule.
Well, then we'll be working in the dark.
Precisely.
But if we could form a concept of the whole, if we could have a mental picture of the completed machine...
No one can form a concept of the whole, nor formulate a mental picture of the machine.
I thought it might be possible to learn.
You are a man who likes to understand what he is doing.
I'm afraid so, sir.
No need for apology. A commendable trait. And now, I must not keep you gentlemen from your rest. Every effort has been made to provide for your every comfort during your stay. You will be shown to your quarters. Good morning, gentlemen.
Oh, good morning, sir.
And so, we begin. The beginning of the end, you might say.
Yes, sir. We're ready.
Willing. And anxious, sir. Be good enough to gather round this screen, gentlemen. Thank you. I shall now project upon the screen this day's work. Gentlemen, the blueprints for Section A.
It's remarkable.
The plans please you, do they?
Marvelous, sir. It's remarkable, sir.
Ingenious, sir. Most interesting, sir.
I'm rather pleased myself, if I do say so.
Sir, this project is a terrestrial operation.
Terrestrial, Mr. Freeman? As opposed to aerospace?
Yes, sir.
It is terrestrial. You perceive that by observing the plans?
No, sir, from thinking about the titles. Project Adam.
Ah?
And the fact that we complete a section each day and finish our work on the 6th day.
Ah?
And the fact that on the 7th day, we test. We rest on the 7th day.
I don't quite follow.
The creation, sir. And God said, let the earth bring forth living creature after his kind. And it was so. And God said, let us make man. So God created man in his own image. Male and female created he them. And the morning and the evening were the 6th day. And on the 7th day, God ended his work. And he rested on the 7th day.
Yes, that's quite so. I never realized it, never occurred to me. Creation, Adam. Yes, very good. That's very good indeed. Most amusing. I chose the word Adam as the first word that popped into my head, beginning with the letter A. First letter of the alphabet, you see, to represent this project as the first of its kind. Quite a coincidence, eh? Most amusing.
And now, Dr. Lazarus, may we get to our work?
If you don't mind, sir.
We're losing good time, sir.
Oh, by all means, gentlemen. I shall leave you to your own good devices. Take care. Work carefully. Enjoy yourselves.
Can't you keep your mouth shut?
Sorry.
Must you blurt out whatever pops into your
I
head?
said I'm sorry.
You ought to stop bothering Dr. Lazarus.
I didn't mean to bother. It was just a thought.
So stop thinking. Section B, and there she stands. All wrapped up and ready for mailing.
Finished. Can't be. Seems like we just started work.
That's the truth. We must be ahead of schedule.
Yep, 4 p.m. on the nose.
It sure doesn't seem I worked 8 hours.
Think Dr. Lazarus would let us get into Section C right away today? I'm not tired.
The way this stuff falls together, I could keep at it round the clock.
I never worked from prints like these before. It isn't even work. Shall we ask Dr. Lazarus to let us work straight through?
Better not. He's set the schedule. Better not throw him a curve. Huh?
You're right.
Man, just take a look at that.
It's a beaut. Honey.
I wonder what it's for.
What? What?
I wonder what we're building.
What we're building?
You know what we're building?
We're building a machine.
What kind of machine? Why are we building it? Why is it needed? When and where will it be used?
He's talking again.
I'm asking questions, not just talking.
Look, what's the difference?
If you ask questions, you learn something. When you learn something, you know what you're doing. It's important to know what you're doing.
We know what we're doing.
We have work to do, we do it.
And that's all we have to know.
Oh, there's more. You have to know what you're working on. You have to know what you're building.
We're through for the day. Now let's go.
I wonder what's for dinner.
I wonder what's on TV.
You've got to ask why. Why?
That's what I call a good dinner.
Yep. They sure feed us good.
Home was never like this.
Hey, what'd you think of Section C today? Hey, bowled me over.
Words don't exist to describe it.
You know, you'd never believe a human brain could plan this project.
Dr. Lazarus isn't human, he's superhuman.
Yeah.
He is a superman.
Hey, look. Joe's still at it over there.
What's he up to? What's he been scribbling?
A letter home.
Since before dinner. Would you miss dinner to write a letter home?
I'm going to see what I can get on TV.
Hey, make it an old movie. I go for old movies.
I sure would like to know what he's up to over in that corner.
Well, just go ahead and ask him.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll just do that. How's it going?
It's rugged.
Have you a problem?
Yeah, puzzle. I'm trying to make sense from the 3 sections we finished.
Are you trying to do what?
Fit the 3 sections together. Thought it might give me an idea what the machine will look like.
You can't make them fit, huh?
Now, there must be some connecting portions that we haven't worked with. And I guess Dr. Lazarus is keeping a few secrets to himself until the last minute.
Smart man. Good way to keep nosy people from finding out more than's good for them.
I tried to tell you that all I want to do is...
I've heard what you tried to tell me. Now, you hear me. Don't throw a monkey wrench into the works.
I'm not
I say you are. You keep poking around. You get Dr. Lazarus down on you. He gets down on you, and he comes down on the rest of us. Now, we're tied to you, like it or not. So you just tear up that paper and put away that pencil, and don't pick it up again. It's 3 days to T-Day. 3 days when you don't scribble on paper and you don't talk. And that, friend, is an order.
Get on with it over there. Get on. You're holding up the progress.
What's the trouble?
He's holding operations. I can't continue my area. I'm in sequence with him.
I'll settle him. What's the matter? You need assistance over there?
No, thanks.
You've halted.
Sub-area D, over here. Looks familiar to me. I've worked with something like it before.
Oh, forget it.
That's just the trouble. I have forgotten for the moment.
Well, forget it permanently and commence operation.
Give me a moment to think.
First you talk too much, then you scribble too much, now you think too much. You are dislocating the schedule, friend. I warned you last night. I'm warning you again.
Is there a difficulty, gentlemen?
Oh, sorry, sir. Very sorry. I hadn't realized that
I couldn't resist dropping in for a brief visit. I, too, am impatient, you know. Well, gentlemen, I'm deeply grieved to find conflict among you.
It's my fault, sir. Entirely my fault. I annoy the other men.
Oh? Do you now? In what way?
I annoy them by asking questions, sir.
What is your question?
Why is this machine being built?
So that we may learn its capacity?
Capacity to do what?
To perform.
Perform in what direction? What is its purpose?
Mr. Freeman, yours is an inquiring mind. Mankind's most precious possession is the inquiring mind. But such a mind must be disciplined, must control its range and limit its scope. Without discipline, self-discipline, the questioning mind is worse than useless. It is destructive, sir. I fear, Mr. Freeman, that yours is the undisciplined, inquiring mind.
In what way, sir?
It asks improper questions, irrelevant questions. It seeks purpose. It asks why.
Would you clarify, sir?
We are concerned with science. We limit our range and scope to the scientific outlook. Science investigates phenomena. It does not seek purpose. Science seeks to discover the laws governing nature and the universe, and therefore the proper question, the relevant question is, how? How was the universe formed? How was our solar system formed? How does gravity operate? How does life originate on Earth? Always, how? Never, never, why? Never, never, why?
Yes, sir, but this machine...
When you ask for its purpose, you violate the cardinal rule of scientific procedure. That rule is never anticipate experimental results.
Since I must not ask why, I will ask how. I will ask... How do we know we ought to build this machine?
All right, that's enough.
More than enough.
He does not speak for us, sir.
We know we must build the machine, Mr. Freeman, because we know we must carry knowledge forward. We must take the body of information gathered for us by previous investigators, and we must enlarge it. We have been led to a point. We must go beyond that point. We must learn what happens next. The machine will tell us.
Can I talk to you fellas just once?
Gin. I have gin. Schneidered you both of you.
Listen, please, just one last time. Who deals?
You do.
No, I just don't.
Okay. I do.
We must not go any further with the machine. Tomorrow we assemble all 5 sections. We must refuse. We've gone too far. We've been drawn on and on. The plans are so perfect, the parts so beautifully synchronized. We've been hypnotized, like being drawn further and further along a garden path by the beauty of one flower bed after the other, and never giving thought to where the path leads or what may be waiting at its end. But we must think about that. We must ask why the machine is being built. It's right to ask why. I can't explain it, I can't give reasons, but I know it's right and necessary to ask why. We must refuse to put the machine together tomorrow.
And that's gin.
Oh, no, not again.
I quit.
All right, come on, pay up.
Well done, gentlemen, well done. Now tell me, now that you see the machine in final form, how does it strike you?
Oh, never been anything to match it. Never.
It's a privilege to have had a hand in building it, sir.
Majestic. That's what it is, majestic.
Yeah, only one way to describe it. A work of art.
Yep, that's a work of art.
A work of art.
And you, Mr. Freeman, you formed no opinion?
It is indeed, sir. A work of art.
Well, gentlemen, the moment has arrived. That moment we may be forgiven for calling the moment of truth.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I have a request, sir.
Oh, no, please, Mr.
An urgent request, sir.
Very well, state your request.
Do not test the machine.
What do you mean?
At least postpone the test until you've re-examined your plans.
Mr. Freeman, I have worked, reworked, and reworked my plans over a period of 10 years. Do you imagine they hold any mystery for me?
You've drawn the plans, sir, but I'm sure you haven't read them. Read them for meaning.
You ask me to anticipate the results of an experiment?
I do.
You ask me to violate the basic tenets of my profession?
I do. I must. If you will read your plans for meaning, you will understand what I understood after we assembled the full machine yesterday. You will realize that if ever that machine is set into operation,
Silence!
It's all there to be seen. It's crystal clear to anyone willing to see.
Silence!
I can't be silent. How can I be silent when I know that once you close the switch...
Silence him! Silence him!
Would you
pleasure!
Just
Don't finish it! Don't! I tell you, leave me!
Keep him quiet!
Once and forever! Well, he ought not to have forced us to such extreme action. Take stations.
Ready, sir.
Ready, sir.
Ready, sir.
Operate.
Area 1 in operation, sir.
Area 2 in operation, sir.
Area 3 in operation, sir.
4. Area 4.
I'll get it, sir. Area 4 in operation, sir. Reverse the reaction.
It cannot be done.
Deaccelerate the fission.
It cannot be done.
Break the chain reaction.
It cannot be done. The machine must run its course.
The machine will destroy us. The machine will destroy all mankind. The machine will destroy the earth. Why?
You ask me to anticipate the results of an experiment? I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Theater 5 has presented It's a Work of Art, written by Lillian Andrews, produced and directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, Paul McGrath, George Petrie, Bill Mason, Hal Studer, and Donald Buca. Audio engineers Neil Pultz and Marty Folia. Sound technician Ed Blaney. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production.
Orbiter X. Episode 13. The net closes. Aboard the space station Orbiter X, high above the surface of the Earth, Captain Bob Britton prepares to carry out the final stages of the mission entrusted to him by Colonel Kent and the authorities of the Commonwealth Space Project at Woomera. Although the plan to locate Unity headquarters has failed, Bob's duty now is to send a signal to Woomera indicating that the Unitists have completed work on the station, and he, together with Douglas McClelland and flight engineer Hicks, are about to make their getaway in a space chariot. As they reach the airlock of the station by lift and prepare to leave, Mac and Hickey are astonished when Bob announces that he will not be coming with them.
Listen. Kramer and Gelbin are coming up in the other lift. I've got to talk fast. I must get my transmitter onto their ship. When I do, it'll act as another beacon, and Woomera should be able to locate Unity headquarters at last.
And how the dickens are you going to get it aboard the ship? At any moment, Kramer and Gelbin might be leaving for their headquarters.
They are. They're leaving right now. And believe it or not, Mac, they've agreed to take me with them.
What?
Hickey, don't forget to take the deflector box with you. You'll need it to screen the chariot.
Okay, Bob.
What are McClellan and Hicks doing here, Britain? There is no question of them coming with us.
No, of course not, Kramer. They've got some work to do outside.
Oh, and what precisely is this work, Hicks?
Well, there's a lot of stuff left over from the assembly job. You know, bits and pieces floating all over the place. We're just going to trot around with one of the chariots and pick them all up.
Very well. And after that, you will report to Captain Holst for further instructions. He will be in charge while we are away. And I may add, he will be keeping an eye on you.
Protection, eh?
Yes, what about that, Kramer? I take it you're leaving some guard ships with Orbiter X?
Yes. One ship will remain here on duty. The remainder will return with us to headquarters to collect cargo.
What sort of cargo?
Armaments and equipment for the station. And as Captain Britton knows its construction so well, I agreed that he should help us with the selection of the gear. Now, open the airlock. In you go. If you men are going to the space chariots, you'd better come too.
Okay.
We're leaving now, are we, Gelbin?
Yes, Britton. We are crossing to our ship right away.
Close your helmets and shut the inner hatch.
Okay.
Check helmet intercom, Gelbin.
Right. All correct.
Everything okay, fellas?
Yeah.
Okay, Bob. Now, open the air valve.
Oh, I see you are taking a box with you, Hicks. What's inside it, may I ask?
Sandwiches. What? Tools, of course. You never catch me riding a chariot without them.
We must look into that.
What's that?
The chariots should be more reliable.
Ah, yes, of course they should. Still, they were only meant for pottering around on.
Quite.
Pressure 0. Open the outer hatch, Britain.
Right.
You know, Gelbin, great mechanical achievements never fail to stir me. Just look. Here we are standing in the hub of a great wheel, 1,000 miles above the surface of the Earth. And inside the rim of the wheel, a handful of men can live and work and shape the destiny of the whole world.
Wonderful.
And each day, they'll be able to examine every square foot of the globe down there. From now on, nothing can be hidden from the eyes of Unity. Nothing.
Bob, have you any final instructions for us?
No, I don't think so, Mac. Everything's clear, isn't it?
Yes, our job's simple enough.
Sure. We'll just go ahead.
Good.
We shall need our jet pistols to cross over to the ship, Britain. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Sure, Mac. Bye, Hickey.
All the best.
See you soon, Bob.
All right, Gelbin. All right, Britain. Here we go.
Well, that's that, Hickey. I've just switched over to telephone intercom. We can speak freely.
Ah, thank goodness. All this is a bit of a shake.
That's putting it mildly.
What beats me is why Bob didn't put us in the picture earlier.
I think he was afraid we'd talk him into taking us with him.
Yes, I suppose so.
But we'd better get cracking, and let's hope that Bob has started transmitting the signal.
And that the boys at Woomera are listening for it.
How's the interference level, Brown?
Just the same, sir.
And still nothing on the special sound channel?
No, not a thing.
Any news, anybody?
Ah, it's you, Captain Knight.
Yes, sir.
No, I'm afraid there's nothing to report. That ship of yours must just about be taking root out there on the launching platform.
Yes, it has been ready for takeoff for rather a long time. In fact, the the ground staff are talking about planting a few creepers round it. Yes, well, do you think we shall ever get the call-up signal from Bob, Colonel Kent?
Well, I think so, but the minister seems to have given up hope. He's actually gone into Canberra to discuss a new plan of action.
Or something big, do you mean?
Yes. You see, the whole fleet is now fitted out with arms and deflectors, and it could give a pretty good account of itself.
Yes, I'll say it could.
And with the new radio equipment, our transmitters can be heard over the interference without the unitists being any the wiser. So the element of surprise will be completely on our side.
Colonel Kent, listen! There's something coming through on the special channel.
Huh? By George, yes, at last, the signal we've been waiting for. Brown, make sure the direction finders get onto it right away.
Okay, Colonel. Hello, DF. Check transmission on special channel, please. Urgent.
So this is Bob's signal.
Yes, and you know what it means? Orbiter X is complete and the boys are crossing over to Orbiter 1.
Can I have permission to take off and pick them up, sir?
Just a moment. We'll check the origin first.
Direction finders say the transmission is definitely coming from Orbiter X, sir.
Good. You can get down to the launching platform, Captain Knight.
Thank you. I'm on my way.
Hold it 1 second, Chris.
Why? What's wrong?
The transmitter sending this signal is moving.
So is Orbiter X.
Yes, but it's moving away from Orbiter X.
What?
DF are feeding a tracking chart through to us now, sir. Look, it's coming up on the central monitor.
Yes, I see.
What do you make of it, sir?
Well, I think I know what's happened. Yes, Bob must have realized that the original beacon he put onto Kramer's ship had packed up, so he's replaced it with the pocket transmitter.
Then we're actually watching the track of Kramer's ship right now.
Yes.
You mean we can follow it right down to his HQ and find exactly where the location is?
Yes, the whole situation has suddenly turned in our favor. Brown, get a line to Canberra for me straight away. I must tell the minister about this before he goes into his conference.
Right, sir.
Captain Knight, you're in business after all. Go ahead and take off for Orbiter 1. The sooner you bring those boys back here, the better. And don't forget to keep in constant radio touch on the special channel. I want to know exactly what's happening all the time.
Well, we're clear of the space station, Hickey, old boy. If my navigation's right, we ought to pick up Orbiter 1 on bearing
ZN74TK5.
Yes.
Anyway, concentrate your radar sweep in that area.
Okay, Mac, but the interference is all over the screen. We won't be able to see anything much until we're practically on top of it.
Can't be helped. We'll just keep to our course, hope for the best.
This reminds me of the time we used a chariot to get aboard Orbiter 2. Bob was with us then.
Yes, I remember. You said it was a pity we couldn't have a picture of ourselves. 3 little men in spacesuits sitting on a sort of flying car chassis with a couple of tiddly little jets stuck on the back.
And now there's only 2 little men. Ah, well, we haven't finished with Kramer yet.
We haven't started, you wait. If Bob's plan works and CSP find Unity headquarters, my bet is Kramer's had it.
Yes, and I reckon you're right.
And if we can get back to Woomera and tell Colonel Kent that there's only one guard ship on duty on Orbiter X, the CSP fleet can come out and take it over without too much trouble.
She'll be a piece of cake. I don't think that Unity fellow, what's his name, Captain Holst, can be a very bright spark.
Well, we gave him the slip, all right. I suppose he didn't have a chance of tracking us when we turned on the deflector set.
He's probably written us off as lost in space.
I don't suppose he's going into mourning.
Hey, I was saying, look, Mac, there's something on the screen. Look.
Where?
A couple of blips. You can just see them between the interference ripples.
Yeah.
They're moving towards one another.
Yes, I see them. Yeah. Orbiter 1 in the relief ship. They can't be anything else. Open the jets, Hickey.
Right.
Give them full boost. There's no speed limit here, my boy.
Hello, CSP. This is Orbiter 3 calling CSP Woomera. Are you receiving me? Come in, please.
CSP answering you, Orbiter 3. Yes, we are receiving you. Your new transmitter is loud and clear.
Good. Colonel Kent, I've reached the rendezvous and 2 men aboard a space chariot are coming alongside my airlock.
Only 2?
Yes, I haven't been able to identify them yet. They've now entered the lock. They'll be through into the cabin in a moment. Stand by, please.
Standing by. Keep your transmitter switched on.
Right, sir, I will. Here they come. It's Mac and Hickey. Welcome aboard, fellows.
Chris, hello.
Good to see you, sir.
It's good to see you. Colonel Kent's listening on the radio.
Hello, Mac. Hello, Hickey. Once again, welcome aboard.
Thank you, sir. I didn't expect to hear you.
Thank you, sir. It's great to be here.
What's happened to Bob?
He's aboard Kramer's ship.
He's what?
I say, is it quite safe to talk on the radio? I mean, can't the unitists hear us?
No, don't worry. We've got a new system of transmission. I don't understand the technical details, but it works on the same principle as the pocket transmitter that's Bob's using.
Ah, so you know all about that?
Yes, you see, the DF boys at Woomera are getting his signal all right, but we never guessed he was on the transmitting end himself. Why didn't he come with you?
I'm afraid it wasn't possible. He knew the ship would get underway as soon as he went aboard. Colonel Kent, I want you to know that Bob knew what the consequences might be for himself. But that didn't stop him going ahead.
Just what I would have expected of him, Mac. A very fine action, and it looks like succeeding. Our direction finders are following the ship down into the atmosphere now. It's made one complete circuit of the Earth, and if it follows its present course, it will land somewhere in South America.
South America? We wondered if the headquarters might be there after we took off in Kramer's moonship.
We hope to be able to pinpoint the HQ quite soon.
That's marvelous.
Mac, we take it that Orbiter X is completely assembled. Is that right?
Yes, I should have told you. There's only one guard ship with it, sir. And if you can send up a task force quickly, this is the time to take it over.
Thank you. That is most important information. Is there anything else you have to report immediately?
Well, I've an idea that would involve Captain Knight. I don't know how you feel about this, Chris.
What is it, Mac?
Well, although we don't know where the Unity headquarters are just yet, Hickey and I have been there, and we know the layout pretty well.
Yes, we do, and I think I know what you're going to say, Mac.
Once CSP tell us the exact location, I was wondering if Chris would land us somewhere in the area.
Yes, that's it. The country is mountainous. We could probably touch down within 10 miles of the HQ without being spotted.
Exactly. And you and I could then make our way to the headquarters and get in through the back door. Do you remember how Kramer brought us out through those tunnels?
Yes, of course. We could go in by the same route. And with a bit of luck, we'd find Bob and bring him back to the ship.
What do you say, Chris?
Well, I'm for it, but there is one point. After we land, I'll come to the headquarters with you.
Colonel Kent, did you hear all that?
Yes, and I may say that our conversation is being piped through to Canberra, where a special committee is also listening. I am consulting the minister now.
Oh, I'd have put on my telephone voice if I'd known.
Oh, I hope I haven't mucked up our chances.
No, it's a great idea, Mac. And after we've landed, we can use the rotorcycles.
Motorcycles?
No, you clod. Rotorcycles.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you know, the one-man helicopters.
Yeah.
I've got a couple on board. They're part of the new issue to all ships now in case of emergency landings in out-of-the-way places.
Well, there you are. That's just the job.
Hello, Orbiter 3. Mac, your suggestion has been accepted.
Thank you, sir.
Good-o.
But you will check with me before landing. And Captain Knight must remain with the ship. Is that clear?
As you say, sir.
Very well. Our direction finders indicate that Kramer's ship is now preparing to land. I will give you its position and the course you must follow. Stand by.
You seem very interested in our destination, Captain Britain.
Obviously. I guess that your headquarters might be in South America, but I still can't see exactly where you're heading.
We are heading towards the small republic of Kazala.
Kazala? Oh, so that's it.
Yes. When I founded the Unity Organization, I realized that I should have to establish my headquarters in a small country whose government would be prepared to cooperate with me. I approached the president of Kazala and explained the position.
Weren't you taking rather a chance?
No. I knew my man, and I knew he valued his life. Also, he was interested in the fact that power no longer depends on the size of a country's population. With the help of science, a small country can lead the whole world.
Check your safety straps. I am about to open the retrojets for the touchdown.
Good. We are over Kazala now, Britain. As you see, it's almost entirely mountains and jungle.
Yes.
Perfect camouflage for the Unity headquarters.
The headquarters are immediately below us. You can see the landing zone.
EHQ calling Unity 5. You are now on the approach beam. We are taking over your controls for landing.
Thank you, EHQ. Over to you.
The landing routine is now carried out entirely from the ground.
I can't see much down there.
No. The headquarters are mostly below ground. Only a few buildings are visible from the air.
They're well camouflaged.
We have no wish to draw attention to ourselves.
What about the local population?
There were a few Indians there, but they have been moved away.
Prepare for touchdown. There we are, right outside the entrance to the main hangar.
Open the exit hatch, Gilvin.
All right. Now, follow me, Captain Britain.
Oh, the gravity's almost overpowering after being in space so long.
We shall soon get used to it. Come into headquarters before our escort ships land. Their retrojets can be highly dangerous from the moment they begin their approach runs.
Okay. You know, Kramer, I didn't expect you'd let me see all this.
But we aren't taking any chances with you. In due course, you will be going through an examination which is designed to test your loyalty.
Oh, what do you mean?
We mean that you cannot become a member of Unity until we have looked into your subconscious mind and satisfied ourselves that you really are dedicated to the cause of Unity world government. Now we turn into the main corridor.
Ah, yes, I remember this. I remember the sound of the generators, too. Hey, tell me, when are you proposing to carry out this examination?
Why? Are you worried?
Yes, of course I am. What methods do you use?
We don't disclose them until after the test. And we do not tell our candidates when the test is to begin.
First, we will go into the information room.
Ah, Dr. Kramer, Commander Gelpin. I am glad to see you back at last.
In you go, Britain.
And you have Captain Britain with you.
Yes. Still here, I see, Dr. Ravel.
Of course.
As you know, Britain has been of some help to us. He may join the organization, subject to test, of course.
Oh, I see.
Have you been in touch with Moonbase?
Yes, all is well. But all is not well at the headquarters of the Commonwealth Space Project.
What's happened?
It looks as if Captain Bradley has defected.
What?
The contact warned us about him in the last signal from Australia. He said that he would call back with more information, but we've heard nothing. I've had a monitoring service working for the past 24 hours, but there's still no word. I'm afraid the contact may have been picked up by the Australian security people.
Here, what do you mean by Bradley defecting? Where is he?
Don't ask too many questions, Britain. It might be unwise at this stage.
Hello? Information room?
This is the senior maintenance officer. Is Dr. Kramer there?
Yes, I am.
I am speaking from your ship on the landing platform, sir. We have this moment discovered an unusual piece of electronic equipment inside a locker in the control cabin.
Well, what is it?
It is difficult to say until we have examined it in detail. It seems to be some sort of radio set, but we cannot measure any transmissions from it. Perhaps you could tell me what this thing is.
This seems extraordinary, Gilbin. Did we have any experimental gear on board?
No, nothing like that. There must be some mistake.
Nevertheless, we must check. Hello, maintenance?
Yes, sir.
We will come over and check this equipment right away. Come along, Gilbin. And you, Britain, you will stay right here until we return.
CSP, Boomerang calling Orbiter 3.
Orbiter 3 answering you, CSP.
Listen carefully. Our direction finders have now tracked the beacon transmissions to Earth. Kramer's ship has landed in the small South American Republic of Kazala. The bearings of his HQ from your position are QJ54TX9. Repeat, please.
QJ54TX9. Mark that on the chart, Mac.
Okay.
You will see from the chart that the location is well concealed by the natural contours of the country.
Yes, it is too.
Yes, there seem to be mountain ranges all round it.
I suggest that you land in the region of Mount Cassis. Will you check that, please?
Mount Cassis. Yes, I've got it. About 18 miles southeast of Unity headquarters. Can you make a landing on the flat ground to the north, Chris?
I should think so. According to the chart, sir, it looks pretty deserted.
Good. Now listen. When you reach the headquarters, your first consideration will be for Captain Britain. Next, you will obtain such information as you can about the Unity organization. If possible, get a list of members. Finally, you will carry out sabotage to the best of your ability.
Understood, sir.
Right. Go in and land. Good luck, Orbiter 3.
What a dump you've brought us to, Chris. Everything's grey like slate. Mountains and all. It's a bit chilly, too.
Well, you'll soon warm up when you start moving.
It's a bit of an effort to crawl at the moment. I feel like a heavyweight run to seed.
Well, give me a hand with one of these rotorcycles.
Okay.
Right, I'll help. You're not telling me this thing can really fly.
You know it can.
I haven't used one before.
Well, get it out and I'll explain how it works.
I've got it.
Good. We may as well heave the second one out while we're at it.
Okay. Here it comes, Hickey.
Right.
Now, open up your machine, Mac. As you see, it consists of a seat with a small power unit behind it, and that drives the rotor blade which buzzes over your head.
Yeah, I know all that. Just show me the controls.
Okay, get into the seat.
All right.
Now, you've got one lever for elevation and turning.
Yeah, simple enough.
Throttle control here, and the starter button.
Yeah. You got all that, Hickey?
Yes, okay.
Is that the lot, Chris?
Yes, sure. And the machine can lift a couple of men at a pinch, so you can bring Bob back with you by air.
Well, well. What's the ceiling?
12,000 feet. It's enough to get you through the mountains and over towards Unity headquarters.
Yes, I know the bearing to follow, but we'd better stop about a mile before we get there, Hickey. Otherwise, those blighters will hear us.
By cutting the engine, you'll find you can glide quite a way with the rotor spinning.
What are you trying to do? Finish us off?
Oh, well, of course. Anything for a laugh. Are you all right too, Hickey?
Yes, fine.
Right, now start up, both of you, and I'll be here waiting for you when you come back. Well, all the best, chaps.
Thanks, Chris. We'll be back with Bob. Don't worry. Let's see if these things really work, shall we?
Ah, yes, they do. Well, we're lifting. This is the way to travel.
Follow me, Hickey, and watch out for trouble.
Dr. Kramer's away a long time, Bob. Tell me, have you any idea what it is they have discovered on his ship?
Yes. Yes, I know only too well.
Why, what do you mean? What is it?
Greta, I'm afraid I'm in trouble. You helped me the last time I was here with Mac and Hickey.
I shouldn't have done it, but I couldn't help remembering our student days. You never noticed me very much, but I never forgot you, Bob.
And I'm not going to forget you. That's why I'll tell you about this thing they found on the ship. It's a radio transmitter.
What?
Yes, I used it as a radio beacon. My people at CSP will have been listening for it, and they'll have tracked it right here.
But the interference...
It makes no difference. The transmissions bypass it. Unity's finished, Greta. You must get away before it's too late.
Oh, you don't know what you're saying.
Yes, I know very well what I'm saying. There's a good possibility that these headquarters will be blown sky high. You must go while you can.
You really are serious, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
And what if I tell Kramer what you just told me?
It doesn't matter. As soon as he sees the transmitter, he won't need to be told what's happened. He'll know.
And do you know the penalty you'll pay for this?
I got a pretty good idea.
You're very calm about it.
Well, there's not much I can do. I can't get away.
Oh, you stupid idiot. You've no excuse for this.
No, none at all.
Oh, then why did you do...
There he is, the treacherous dog!
What have you got to say for yourself, Britain?
What about?
You know perfectly well. Who gave you the transmitter?
I have nothing to say.
Leave him to me, Kramer. I know how to deal with traitors.
Traitors? I've never become a member of your foul organization.
That's enough.
One moment, Gelbin. Captain Britain, you have tried to play a double game, but as far as you are concerned, it is all over.
I fully realize that.
I thought you might. So I want you to know the full measure of your achievement as it affects your friends in the Commonwealth Space Project. You see, you have not only tricked us, but them as well, because you have brought about their total annihilation.
So ends the 13th episode of Orbiter X, an adventure in the conquest of space by B.D. Chapman. It was produced for the BBC by Charles Maxwell.